Good morning, everyone. On behalf of CalVet, US Vets, the Los Angeles Suicide Prevention Network, or LASPN, and the Orange County Healthcare Agency, I'd like to welcome you all to this year's Veteran Suicide Prevention Conference. Before we begin, we'll go over a few housekeeping items. This webinar is being recorded, and by logging in, you are agreeing to be a part of the recording. The recording will be placed on the CalVet website and on the CalVet YouTube channel soon after this presentation is over, so that way you can share it with others and also watch it for yourself later. If for some reason you lose connection or if you have to step away, you can use the same link that you signed on with to come right back in and join us. And as this presentation is going on today, my colleague Derek Rose will be adding information and important links that are discussed into the chat tab, which will be disabled to all of the attendees. However, if you have any questions, please utilize the Q&A tab, as Derek will be monitoring them the whole time. We will also have time to address your questions after each presenter is done presenting, and also at the end of the presentation. We're going to do our best to stick with the time that we have in our agenda, so let's get started. It is my honor to introduce Roberto Herrera, who is the newly appointed CalVet Deputy Secretary of Veterans Services. Roberto has held multiple significant roles in CalVet since 2014. Overseeing strategizing for various programs, including CalVet's mental health, housing, and supportive services, as well as managing CalVet's district offices and handling accreditation of the California's County Veteran Service offices. Prior to his work at CalVet, Roberto served as a scientific applications specialist in the U.S. Air Force from 2008 to 2012, reaching the rank of senior airman. He holds a Bachelor of Arts in Sociology from the University of California at Davis and a Master's of Public Health from the University of San Francisco. Please help me welcome Roberto Herrera. Roberto, whenever you're ready.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome. As Jana mentioned, I'm CalVet Deputy Secretary for Veteran Services, Roberto Herrera, and thank you all for being here. And a huge thank you to US Vets for their continued commitment to serving veterans and their families across the country, and for their continued partnership with CalVet to provide supportive services and early interventions for veterans who are most risk across our state. And of course, to the other partners and presenters, such as the LA County Department of Military and Veteran Affairs, OC Health Agency, LASPN, D. Hirsch, the United States Air Force, Baylor College of Medicine, and the Department of Arts and Culture for a day of invaluable collaboration addressing the public health issue that is veteran suicide. I think we're all familiar with the general statistics provided by the United States Department of Veteran Affairs regarding veteran suicide. So I won't go in too much detail regarding those data. The latest report that USDVA has put out regarding veteran suicide will be dropped in the chat, along with the latest report from CDPH, California Department of Public Health, which is veteran specific, which I believe was released about 2 weeks ago. So, nationally, according to the USDVA, veterans are dying by suicide nearly double the rate of non-veterans, with rates for non-veterans around 16 and for veterans around 31, with California's rate reported around 26 per 100,000. But I want to call attention to one point in particular that really seems to hold constant in USDVA's annual report. Every year it comes out. This is a figure that's in there, and it seems to hold true, is that nearly 60% of the veterans who are reported to die by suicide don't have a Veterans Health Administration encounter within the past year. Typically, I think the latest report, it has that figure around 60%. I've seen it hovering around 65 in the past, but it always stays in that same area. And I really feel that this stat shows the importance of access to primary care as a protective factor in preventing suicide. That said, it's been more than 3 years since COVID forever changed our lives, and as we define our post-pandemic world, service delivery models across the country continue to evolve and find innovative ways to connect with veterans and their families. Governmental and community-based organizations, now more than ever, are partnering to communicate their message and deliver their critical services more broadly to constituents, many of which are historically underserved. For many of us here today, that means greater access to care for service members, veterans, and their families, more efficient data collection, and in-depth evaluation of service outcomes, all in an effort to establish new best and promising practices. In that same spirit, we must make efforts to ensure maximum service delivery given our post-pandemic landscape, while also ensuring we are building the next generation of public servants, community advocates, and clinicians. It's exciting to see the innovative efforts that are taking place across California, from Calvet's commitment to explore the social determinants of health and identification of those veterans who die by suicide through the California Veterans Health Initiative, to LA County continuing to lead a community-driven public health approach to ensuring veterans and their families have countywide peer-coordinated access to care. These initiatives and many others show how California continues to lead the nation in caring for veterans and their families and developing community-based models that can help bridge the gap in reaching those veterans who are not connecting to USDVA services, maybe they're not eligible, or simply seeking someone to reach out and ask them if they're okay, even if that's a physician or a professor or a fellow veteran. To be clear, I fully understand that the concept of community-based collaboration is nothing new in this state, but the manner in which government and community-based organizations are innovating and coordinating around the topic of veteran suicide is. And that said, we all need to continue to ensure that we're staying focused on addressing the barriers to accessing mental and behavioral health care, and at the same time staying vigilant in order to identify and stunt new ones as they emerge. Here at Calvet, that means being a lead advocate for necessary policy change, consistently evaluating our outreach models through a data-driven and culturally holistic lens, and remaining focused on supporting community-based systems of care in order to further bolster a public health approach to suicide prevention and early intervention. By continuing our work together, we can all make sustainable positive impact that saves lives. So thank you all again for your continued attention to this matter, for your collaboration with the department, and your tireless dedication to serving veterans and their families. I'd like to now pass it back to Jana to provide a few more details about Calvet.
All right, thank you so much, Roberto. That was really wonderful information. So, as I said earlier, my name is Jana Adams, and I am a CalTAP training coordinator. So I'm on the California Transition Assistance Program team here at Calvet. And I want to tell you guys just a little bit about what we do and a little bit about how we can give out benefits and resources to all of the veterans that are living here in California and their dependents. So if you guys have not been to our website, this is our website. You can just Google Calvet, and this is what you'll see. There's a couple things underlined here because we want you to see that you are able to get a hold of us and stay in contact with us. A couple of things underlined right at the top, whether it's contacting us by our 800 number. Sorry about that. Was I just on mute the whole entire time? I was, huh? Sorry about that. Okay, let me go ahead and start over. So, like I said, my name is Jana, and I just want to give you guys some information on kind of what the CalTAP team does. So this is our website, and As you can see, our 800 number is right up at the top. This is located right on the back of our Veterans Resource Book as well. This is going to be a number that any veteran or their family member or any dependents can call with any questions at any time. We also have the VA benefits hotline number that's listed there in case you have benefits question. There is also the veteran crisis line. It's a simple number, dial 988 and you press 1, and you can have someone directly from the veteran crisis line help you. You can also find a CVSO by calling that 844 number. Or you can simply call us and we can find your CVSO or County Veteran Service Office for you. And then CalTAP is circled as well on right there in the middle. And if you press on the CalTAP screen, this is what you're going to find out. And kind of the goal of CalTAP is really to inform and connect veterans of all eras to their earned state and federal benefits. And the reason why we want to do that is because we know that over time, your needs are going to change, whether it is year to year or decade to decade, and we're going to be here for you every step of the way. And one of the main ways that we do that is by putting all the information right onto our website. And we break up the information into pathways. So if you're wanting to learn more about education, maybe starting your own business for entrepreneurship or getting employment, there are pathways that are full of information. We're going to concentrate on the core curriculum pathway, and that's based on today's topic. So if you click on core curriculum pathway, you're going to see different modules that are full of information. And if you click on module 11, that is our suicide prevention module. And this is going to have a really great YouTube video that's going to have lots of really great information on suicide myths. And some of this information is going to contain warning signs, factors that help prevent suicide, suicide prevention resources, and also information on the veteran crisis line. And if you click on the lessons that are below, you can also learn more information that was right in that YouTube video. Now, heading back to the CalTAP webpage, if you click on the core curriculum pathway, this is will take you back to our different modules. And if you click on California benefits, this is where you're going to see all of the benefits that you can access as a veteran living in California. And there is an array of different benefits that CalVet offers, from the CalVet home loan, which is different and can also be combined with the VA home loan. There's discounted hunting and fishing licenses. CalVet also has 8 veterans homes scattered all over California, offering 6 levels of care. But also the benefit that CalVet offers that gets the most question is the college tuition fee waiver. And this is one of the benefits we get the most questions about because it's so great. This, as long as you, the veteran, have a disability rating established, can be anything from 0 to 100%, your dependent can potentially qualify to go to a California state-funded school, which is going to include your community colleges, your state schools, and your UCs. And they won't have to pay any tuition or fees to go there. There are 4 plans, A, B, C, and D. The dependent just needs to be the resident. The veteran does not have to be a resident of California. If you have more questions on this, all the information can be found on our website. It's in our resource book, and you can also just call us or email us with any questions, and we'd be happy to go over any of the benefits that we offer here at CalVet. Another thing that we offer to kind of personalize and kind of make the website a little bit easier for you to navigate is something we like to call My CalVet. And if you click on My CalVet to register, if you don't already have an account, you'll be able to sign up with your email address. Once you get started on that, this is what you would fill out. And this is just a really great way to kind of personalize our website. You'll get maybe different notifications on different benefits or resources that you're interested in based on what you signed up with. And also, you'll get some other emails if we are sending out a newsletter or updates on different webinars that are going to be going on. Something really great. So you can sign up for My CalVet on any single page on the CalVet website. And then this is my contact information. As you can see, CalVet has some social media outlets. The YouTube channel, for one, I wanted to show is because this is where this recording is going to end up right on the Calvet YouTube channel. So if you have any questions about that or need a link to that, just give us a call or send us an email after this is done. However, I am going to turn things over to Stephen J. Peck. Stephen J. Peck is a former Marine officer who served in Vietnam, now leads the largest nonprofit dedicated to assisting at-risk veterans. The organization, United States Veteran Initiative, or US Vets, began in Los Angeles in 1993 and has since expanded to 11 locations across 5 states, providing housing and support for over 5,000 veterans daily. Annually, US Vets aids more than 8,000 veterans in finding and maintaining housing in their communities and helps over 1,300 veterans secure full-time employment. Steve's journey started with his graduation from Northwestern University in 1968, followed by his service as a Marine First Lieutenant in Vietnam. He received Navy Commendation Medal for his service as a forward observer in 1969. After his military service, Steve transitioned into the movie industry, specializing in documentary films. His focus on homelessness and veterans issues eventually led to him becoming a full-time advocate. Steve began his work with the Veterans Administration, assisting homeless veterans in finding housing, and later joined the organization that would become US Vets, serving as the Director of the Community Development in 1996. He also held the position of Director of US Vets, largest site in Long Beach, and was appointed as President and CEO in August of 2010. He furthered his education by earning a master's degree in social work from USC in 1997 and currently serves as the president of the California Association of Veteran Services Agencies, a consortium of 6 nonprofit veteran service providers working together to address the needs of California's veterans. Please give a warm welcome to Stephen J. Peck. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Jana. And welcome, everyone. I'm really happy that we're continuing this annual meeting regarding suicide prevention. This is a mental health challenge that has been with us forever. How do you reach into the mind of a person who's lost hope and sees no reason to live? What is the secret? What is the methodology? So we don't have that answer. There are a number of interventions that we've been talking about, and I think we're addressing this problem in a much more serious way than we used to. I think there was a lot of talk about it. Now there are a number of funding sources out there, and meetings like this are going to help us reach out to more veterans who have lost hope. We know that military veterans have a disproportionately high rate of suicide, and especially among women who are taking their own lives at more than twice the civilian rate. So there are obviously particular programs that we need to launch to reach out to them. And as Rebecca said, many of them are not going to the VA. So we have to expand our network so that wherever a veteran whatever door a veteran walks into, they're going to have a resource available to them. Let me talk about a few things that US Vets is doing to hopefully address this issue. We know that isolation and loneliness contribute to depression and hopelessness. So at all of our sites, we create a community and a therapeutic community where veterans are helping veterans, trying to strengthen those bonds between veterans that are going to help them move forward, help them feel better about themselves, help them feel connected. I'm the president of our state group, as Jana said, and we really suggested to the state that they reach out more significantly to senior veterans. And we know that there's a very high rate of suicide among seniors who are lonely, who have lost hope. So we helped launch the Veteran Support to Self-Reliance program, the VSSR program. It's a pilot program providing additional services to seniors to keep them in their housing, and to really connect them to other veterans, to case managers, really trying to improve their quality of life. A recent study found that suicide attempts among older veterans were really exacerbated by frailty, chronic pain, isolation. So we need to address those issues by bringing those veterans into communities. Our Outside the Wire program addresses mental health largely among younger veterans who've gone back to the community colleges. We know that veterans who come back from deployment quite often go to the community colleges. So we find hundreds of them there at every community college that we're at. And many of them haven't addressed their mental health issues. If they've been in combat, they've not addressed that post-traumatic stress. So we want to make sure that they do that and help them complete their schooling. I mentioned that women veterans have a very high rate of suicide compared to the civilian population. Our Women Vets on Point portal reaches out to women wherever they are, even if they're not going to the VA, even if they're not reaching out, going physically to another provider. We want to make sure that they have this resources available to them. There's a chat room there. There's counseling available, and all the other issues. Many times veterans will come to us, for instance, needing a job. It turns out that because one reason they don't have a job is because of their unaddressed mental health issues. And those unaddressed mental health issues can really get out of control if they don't address them and lead to despair and suicide. We're working regularly with CalVet. I really appreciate our partnership with CalVet. Doing projects like this. We've participated in a number of mental health webinars with them, and that really expands our network. We have to be able to create expertise at multiple different agencies, aside from the VA, aside from CalVet. All of us need to have the expertise to deal with a veteran who may approach us and in despair and needing help. We also know that moral injury is being more talked about lately. Another issue related to post-traumatic stress, but it is really a collapse of meaning or faith, a loss of trust because of things that have happened to them in the military, in war. So we want to make sure that we're addressing that. And US Vets is going to launch a moral injury treatment program at our project at the West LA VA, along with the Volunteers of America. So we know that this generation that has come out of this 20-year war in Afghanistan, we know that those issues are mental health issues are going to rise over time, just as they did in Vietnam. Many veterans came back from Vietnam, and their post-traumatic stress issues didn't emerge for 7 or 8 or 9 years afterwards. So we really have to be vigilant. So I'm really happy that we're having this ongoing conversation, and hopefully we can really move forward our ability to reach out and to help the veterans who need our help. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Steve. We really appreciate you being here and spending the time with us today. Okay. Well, we have another wonderful presenter that's coming up next. Jim Senner, appointed as the Director of Military and Veterans Affairs by the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors on August 29th, 2022, brings a wealth of experience to his role. His most recent position was as a Mental Health Program Manager 3 at the Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health, where he oversaw the implementation of the Veteran Peer Access Network. Mr. Zenner's background also includes working for the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs and serving as the Director of Homeless Veteran Programs for Vets Advocacy. Mr. Zenner's military service includes enlisting in the U.S. Army from April 2004 to April 2008, with one deployment in support of Iraqi freedom in 2006 to 2007. He later served the U.S. Army Reserve from April 2008 to May of 2011. He holds an MSW from USC and a BA in psychology from St. Martin's University. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Jim Center. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Jana. It's great to be with everybody today. I wish it was a little bit of a happier topic, but suicide is a very important topic that's close to all of our hearts, especially in the veteran community. First, I want to start by thanking CalVet and US Vets for inviting me to come speak. Really appreciate the invitation and the ability to be here today. And also everybody that's on this call that helps thwart suicide amongst the veteran population. Your success is our success, whether you're in LA County or outside of LA County. I spent time talking to Fresno and Nevada County yesterday and talked to any partners across the state and the country about doing more to end veteran suicide. I'm speaking to you as a director of Department of Military Veteran Affairs for LA County very proudly. Our county has invested a lot of resources into innovative solutions to address not just suicide, but also homelessness, really tackling access. And it's been an absolute honor to lead a lot of those programs, work with a lot of you on this call, develop those programs and really get us to where we are at today. But unfortunately, we're not where we need to be. We still have a veteran dying by suicide in LA County at least once a week, unfortunately, on average. And so that's one too many. I've known veterans here in LA County that were successful businessmen that ended their lives, or veterans that had a long history of mental health and substance abuse and on and off the street. So it doesn't matter what your social economic status is. It doesn't matter what your demographic background is. Suicide is real for everybody. And I think like Steve was mentioning, there's a lot of factors as it results to military service that can lead to somebody taking their own life. In the military, you get a lot of training around sucking it up and moving on and looking beyond yourself and looking at your unit. It takes you from an individualistic type of mindset to more of a collective mindset. And so when you get out, there really isn't a whole lot to help undo a lot of that. And so we get out of the military still looking at things collectively, but we work in a corporate environment or an environment where it's very individualistic, and a lot of us struggle to make sense of that. There's so many factors to talk about that lead to veteran suicide, but what we're really tackling here in LA County is taking a look at all of our suicide decedents who are veterans, knowing each and every single one of them, making sure we're aggregating the data, speaking to their next of kin, seeing if they'll give us permission to share minimal information with multiple county departments, the state, the Department of Veteran Affairs, community partners, to see, what were the circumstances leading up to them dying by suicide. Were they connected to VA healthcare? Were they connected to county healthcare? Were they connected to mental health? Were they on medications? Did they give an animal away? Did they have interaction with law enforcement? We need to learn about the circumstances leading up to the death of our men and women who take their lives to suicide. And that's what the board has us doing here in LA County, is really taking a look. And I can't say thank you enough to everybody that's on this call, and the county departments and other partners that aren't on this call that have really shown up. We have great synergy in the county around really doing something and learning from those that are dying by suicide here in LA County. And hopefully that'll help inform the rest of the state and the country so that we can get further up the road on suicide prevention. And, it's not just about waiting until somebody dies to learn what were the circumstances. Also partnering with the state. CalTAP has done many events for transitioning service members or veterans here in LA County. We've also created an event called the LA Veteran Orientation with Southern California grant makers to take, to fill in some additional gaps and create a networking opportunity for men and women that are transitioning out of the military within the last 6 to 9 months, so that they have a network once they come here. A lot of the work around suicide prevention is really getting out in front of it as far as we can. Any effort that we make to help the transition, help people transition out of the military, is going to pay dividends when it comes to homelessness, suicide, justice involvement, or just going through unnecessary struggles that they shouldn't have to go through after serving our country. And so that's really what we're dedicated to here in LA County, is to partner with the state, partner with the Department of Veteran Affairs, partner with our communities, and really get upstream as far as we can so we can increase the well-being of our veteran and their families. So with that, I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all today, and thank you for caring about veteran suicide. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Jim, for being here. We really appreciate it. All right. Now, we do have Cheryl Eskin here, but we also have someone else from Dee Hirsch here as well, Franklin Romero. So first, I would like to tell you a little bit about Franklin Romero. Franklin is a native Angelino who earned his BA in social work from California State University, Los Angeles, and his master's in social work from the University of Southern California. Franklin currently is the supervisor for the Partners in Suicide Prevention Unit, which provides suicide prevention training and education countrywide. Franklin has experience in the areas of child welfare, providing counseling and psychotherapy services to families and children at DMH, as well as conducting crisis response and mental health assessments with the Psychiatric Mobile Response Team. Franklin has also gained medical social work experience at Children's Hospital of Los Angeles in working with patients at the end of life stage, working with families and children who have been recently diagnosed with an illness, conducting child abuse assessments, and helping families and individuals cope with grief and loss. Cheryl Karp Eskin serves as the Senior Director of Teen Line, a D.D. Hirsch mental health services program offering a teen-to-teen hotline for teenagers to discuss any issues with trained teen listeners. She is also the co-chair of the Los Angeles Suicide Prevention Network. Cheryl's mental health journey began at the age of 14 as a teen line listener, and she has been a licensed marriage and family therapist since 2002. With experience in various adolescent-focused settings, including non-public schools, private practice, and community mental health, Cheryl is passionate about reducing the stigmas surrounding mental health and suicide. She is dedicated to educating parents on how to best support their teens. Sorry about that. So Cheryl and Franklin, whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much, Jana, for the kind introduction. I'm honored to be here representing the Los Angeles Suicide Prevention Network, or LASPN. The LASPN is a group of mental health professionals, advocates, survivors, providers, researchers, and representatives from various agencies and organizations working together to decrease the number of suicides in Los Angeles County. Our mission is to promote public and professional awareness, education, training, and engagement regarding suicide and suicide prevention, intervention, and postvention in Los Angeles County. The LASPN believes that there is a hero in each of us, and we all play a role in suicide prevention. I believe Derek is going to be dropping website information into the chat, so feel free to, if you're interested in learning more or want to get involved with us, we are a very welcoming group. The more the merrier. Again, we all play a role. This is our 4th year of partnering with CalVet to bring you a powerful conference that transcends geographic boundaries, which is definitely a point for Zoom, focused on suicide prevention as well as hope. Today, we are bringing together personal or lived experience with research and non-traditional treatment modalities. We will also enjoy a moment of creative well-being brought to us from our friends from the Departments of Arts and Culture. The LASPN is incredibly proud of our work, infusing arts and culture into all of our efforts and conferences. By combining arts with suicide prevention, we aim to destigmatize mental health, uplift practices of offering and receiving support, and nurture communities of well-being. We thank our presenters for sharing their time, expertise, and many of them hearts with us. We thank you all for being here and your interest in and commitment to veteran and military suicide prevention. And a huge thanks to the Calvet team for pulling this amazing day together. And now I'm honored to turn it over to my friend and colleague, Franklin.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you to everyone who made this conference possible. I represent the Department of Mental Health, and in LA County, the Department of Mental Health not only provides direct services, but also our partner agencies play a critical role in connecting veterans and their families with services and support. LA County, as many of you know, is home to the highest concentration of veterans in the country. And it is a priority of the Department of Mental Health to advocate for veterans across the region, wherever that advocacy is needed. And we know that suicide prevention is not a one-person job. It takes a community of individuals who care, like all of you on this conference today. Most importantly, that human connection for that individual to feel safe, to feel like they can trust someone to help them. That is the first step to a path of healing. And I'll go ahead and drop in the chat if you or someone you know is a veteran or a family member who resides in LA County, they could go ahead and call the Veteran Support Line, and they could inquire about services or any way that LA County can help, and they'll be connected to services in LA County. So thank you very much. I will give it back to Yana.
Thank you so much, Franklin and Cheryl. It was a pleasure to have you guys here. Go to the next slide. Okay, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce our keynote speakers as they discuss lived experience and clinical implications. Let me first introduce the U.S. Vets National Suicide Prevention Coordinator, Justin Desai. Justin is an Air Force combat veteran and active duty Air Force spouse with extensive military experience. He served as an F-15 fighter jet mechanic at duty stations worldwide. After leaving the military, he transitioned into civilian roles in emergency medicine, mental health, and behavioral health, managing programs in crisis management, suicide prevention, resource management, and confidential guidance and referrals. He also served as the community liaison officer at the U.S. Embassy in Spain from 2019 to 2022, working on enhancing mental health support for diplomatic communities. Currently, he works with U.S. Vets, focusing on providing veterans nationwide with essential mental health services. Justin is passionate about exploring and innovating non-traditional treatment modalities for veterans. We also have Master Sergeant Hiort, who originally hails from Tubursky, Massachusetts, and entered the Air Force in 2008. His career spans over 15 years and 9 assignments, serving as a senior non-commissioned officer at flight, squadron, and group levels. He has experience working on numerous Air Force weapons systems, including the F-15C Eagle and Strike Eagle, F-16 Fighter Falcon, A-10 Thunderbolt 11, B-2 Bomber, C-130 Hercules, and many more. Master Sergeant Hiort has worked in support of Operation Enduring Freedom, Iraqi Freedom, and Allies Refuge during the Kabul airlift. He spent much of his career working in the Air Force's Aircraft Maintenance Squadron in avionics under the U.S. Air Combat Command, the U.S. Air Force Europe and Asia, and the Special Operations Command in Florida. He recently transitioned career fields to serve as a military diplomat at the U.S. Embassy in Madrid, Spain. He serves at the Pentagon under the Secretary of Air Force, International Airman Division. Master Sergeant holds a bachelor's degree. Oh, hold on one second, let me get my notes. Sorry about that. In political science from the University of Maryland, and is pursuing a graduate degree in linguistics from George Mason University. Ladies and gentlemen, whenever you guys are ready, we have our keynote speakers with us.
Justin, did you want to start, and then I'll take it from there?
Of course. Thank you all for the introduction. It's wonderful to meet with all of you today. Master Sergeant Hyder is going to quickly be running through some of his experiences with suicide and just the process that he went through trying to access care, and then how that has transitioned and how he's addressed his needs over the last year. And then afterwards, I'm going to be running through some implications in the clinical sphere, as well as just some general statistics and information regarding suicide prevention. So I will turn it over to you, Master Sergeant Hyder, and thank you again for sharing your story with us.
Yeah, of course. Good afternoon, everyone from DC. I realize it's morning time over there in California. I just want to say thank you very much for the introduction. I'd like to begin by also saying thank you for the opportunity to speak to all the organizations involved. You know, before I start, I want to say that this is a difficult conversation. You know, suicide isn't a particularly fun topic to discuss, really. My lived experience is hard to share, and it's hard to listen to, for that matter. But it does create an opportunity to have an open exchange. I tend to be a bit more frank about my life, so please don't think I'm being like cavalier in any kind of way. And I genuinely am open to questions. I think that this is more of a rare opportunity because the reality is active duty members and veterans may not survive attempted suicide. With that being said, I'm Master Sergeant Rick Hyder, or Rick if you prefer, and much of this is not scripted or rehearsed, so I hope it comes off heartfelt and meaningful. My military experience, as previous stated, I'm at 15 years. I just hit 15 years active duty service, currently working at the Pentagon for the Secretary of the Air Force in military diplomacy. Without going into too much detail, I'm basically a textbook case with a history of risk factors. I experienced childhood sexual, physical, and emotional trauma through the foster care system, and it's caused me a lifelong struggle with depression and feelings of self-worth. It doesn't really help that my family has a history of alcoholism. We're talking 4th generation at this point that I know of. So of course that also contributed. Apart from, you know, the first 12 years of my military experience, I'm going to fast forward to sort of the most impactful event that led to my attempt, and that is the Kabul airlift. While I was stationed in Spain at the US Embassy there working, the Kabul airlift took place. I went on temporary duty in support of our allies being evacuated. And I think it was just really damaging watching people, troves of people, you know, some of them fainting, needing medical help, you know, covered in their own feces. We're talking about people falling over each other, getting all sorts of medical requirements. And I think a lot of compassion fatigue came from that, but I sort of pushed it all to the side until after the event had passed. And that's sort of when I had a mental break of sorts. It was a really high pressure environment at the embassy, you know, high pressure, high reward. But as the pressure built, so did my anxiety. And to cull my anxieties, my alcohol abuse increased. I think that I always suffered from SIs or suicidal ideations my whole life, but it was more of a regular thing for me, so it didn't seem so alarming at the time. but I did want to seek a mental health provider. The issue was that I was in Spain, and the ability to go through TRICARE and get a mental health provider and all of these things was extremely complicated. So toward the end of my tour, we're talking early 2022, I think it was noticeable to my work center, people that I worked directly with. There was only 7 people in my office. I think the signs were there. Showing up to work late, being fatigued, probably smelling like alcohol in the morning. But I think my work center chose to ignore those sort of warning signs, really characteristic warning signs, because I needed to accomplish the mission. I needed to get things done. And that's kind of hurtful, looking back at that point. I was seen more as a machine to produce a product than a person. And I think that my mental health and my mental health well-being was put on the back burner so that I could perform. As I transitioned to Washington, D.C. for a follow-on assignment where I'm at now here at the Pentagon, things just got worse. I was in pretty extreme social isolation. I didn't know anyone at my work center. I didn't have any friends. I was living out of a friend's basement at the time because the housing market was so ridiculous. My alcohol intake was pretty outrageous at this point. I was teleworking the majority of the time, so it sort of made it easier to drink and isolate. And it was just kind of an unstable living environment. One of the main contributing factor, I would say, to not seeking mental health help was that I hold a top secret security clearance. And when you hold a higher security clearance, you go through polygraph testing and all of these things. But if you seek mental health help, it can seriously impact your ability to hold your security clearance. So I knew that, and I knew that I liked my job and I wanted to keep my job. And also that I, at the time, and now want to stay in the military because I do enjoy being in the military. So that is what the main part that inhibited me from seeking help. However, a few months after arriving, July 4th weekend of 2022, I sort of went on a bender of sorts. I took a flight to see a friend in Pensacola, and it was a whirlwind of alcohol abuse, destructive decisions, impulsive behaviors. I did as much damage as I could in as little time as I could, pushing as many people away as possible. And I think that was sort of leading up part of my plan to get myself alone, because if I was alone, I wouldn't hurt people around me. I think the thoughts surrounding my attempt were emotions, feeling trapped, feeling hopeless, worthlessness, and sort of some of it being purposeful on my part. I was still drinking when I returned from July 4th weekend. It was early in the morning. I barely got any sleep. So I opened up a beer and checked into work, online on Teams, and said, "Hey, hope everyone's 4th of July weekend went well." And it was, I used to do a lot of covering up that way. And just for the record, my career from an outside perspective was stellar, model airman, model military member. No one, and definitely one of those people that, someone would say, I never would have expected, or, what happened? Well, you're so happy. that was me. So anyway, I checked into work, and then I think it all came crashing down. I think I couldn't handle it anymore. And at that point, I, went to, there's a closet with a bunch of tools in it. I grabbed a razor blade and I went into the shower, and, I was distraught. I was crying. And I held the razor blade up to my wrist. And, in that moment of pressing it to my wrist, I just thought of how much loss people would experience, or how I would be found after the fact, and how much damage that would really do to my family, and my work center. Excuse me. And so I decided, to put it down. I got out of the shower and I called my sister. And I said, Fallon, I think I'm going to take my life. You have to call 911. And I'm really thankful she answered the phone, because I think she was the only person I trusted at the time to do that. And, since then, I've thanked her for taking on that burden. That must not have been an easy phone call to take. So after that, 911 came to the house, and the police were very soft-spoken and very kind. But I do want to note that the police were asking me where I wanted to go, what facility, what avenue I wanted to take. And I found that, strange and sort of like halting. Like I didn't really care where I wanted to go. I just needed to get help. They took me to a Virginia hospital. First, it was a horrible, horrific experience. I was basically locked in a room with a social worker that was evaluating me, for an hour, asking very degrading questions. I was coming down from alcohol, so I couldn't focus. I was sweating. And I was in that room for probably 6 hours until the end of it, when I was like, you know what, I need to go military route. There's no way I can hide this anymore. Whatever happens to my career happens. My life is worth more than my career. And that thought never crossed my mind prior to that. So the woman at the hospital released me, and under the contingency that I reported to Walter Reed Hospital the next day. I think that was sort of a faux pas on their part, because that night I was alone, in my room in the basement, in the same exact place where I was going to take my life 24 hours earlier. So I think that was probably a really poor choice. Thankfully, I had a lot of support, and stayed on the phone. The next day, drove to Walter Reed Hospital here in DC, and they stripped everything from me. They took everything that I had, even my clothes. I just had a smock, at the it's called 7 West is the wing where they keep mental health patients. But I said that to say this: it was extremely dehumanizing. That in itself is difficult to go through, but it was the first time in my life genuinely that I felt safe. Safe from others, but more importantly, safe from myself. And that was a really difficult realization for me, that I never felt physically, emotionally, safe, even in my own skin, in my own head. After 8 days there, they had a good program, good enough. It seemed like a rotating door of about 15 people at a time. They released me back to my unit. My unit saw it as more of an alcohol dependence problem. And I had to be my own advocate at that point. They were saying to put me in a program called ADAPT. It's Alcohol, Drug, and Prevention Treatment. I said, I need the next level of care. I need more than you're offering. At which time they, talked and decided to send me to Texas to a facility called Laurel Ridge in San Antonio. Highly recommend. They have their own military program. It's extremely clean. It's very well organized, super caring. I felt very safe there. So definitely, if you need to send active duty members somewhere, I would suggest Laurel Ridge. I spent 90 days total. I spent 45 days inpatient, where it was similar to Walter Reed, but more comfortable, I guess. No cell phones. You had a structured schedule of classes, learning physical activity, all of these things, and I made a lot of friends while I was there in treatment too. So during treatment, you build your coping skills, like CBT, DBT, and these things, and then you get on a regimen of medication, which a lot of people needed, and it provided an opportunity, to level out your medication, get used to it, and then having that network of people that you can relate to. I thought it was interesting at Laurel Ridge that they separated us into wings within the facility. There were 4 wings. One was PTSD related trauma. The other was non-PTSD related trauma. Then you had addicts. And lastly was more serious mental health issues like bipolar and so on. So I was with the addicts since I was classified with alcohol abuse. Alcohol dependence. Anyway, those were the people that I made connections with, and we were more of a fun bunch. After 45 days inpatient, I asked my command to basically fund 45 days of outpatient there at Laurel Ridge. I knew that I needed it. I knew that I needed the transition if I got sent back directly after having inpatient, all that support of seeing therapists twice a week, a psychiatrist once a week, the schedule. I knew I would fall back into just really, really bad pattern. So the 45 days of outpatient was extremely helpful. And it was necessary. Leaving treatment, I was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, major depressive, recurring generalized anxiety, and insomnia. Most of those treated with the right medication. And I also went through a pretty grueling exposure therapy for my PTSD, but I think it really did help in the end. Leaving Laurel Ridge after the 90 days, I had, uncontrollable anxiety, nervousness about returning to my office, returning home, returning to this stigma that really exists. And I was scared of repercussions, retribution, loss of my career. The conversation of my security clearance came up more than once while I was in treatment. So all of that was, it's enough to just push you over the edge again, just returning. They put me into alcohol abuse class, which was once a week. And then I went to a high risk group class once a week. The first time that I met the psychiatrist there on base, when I came back to DC, I said, I need a therapist. I've been seeing a therapist twice a week. I want to see a therapist. And they told me, we cannot refer you to a therapist while you are in a high-risk group. And per AFI, and I had them send me in black and white the instruction that stated that, because it seemed so wrong to me, and I was struggling so much at the time, and they refused. They refused to give me a referral. They refused to let me see a therapist. The next appointment time that they had in the NCR area, in the local area, was 3 months. I would have to wait to see a military therapist. And I did. Every week I brought this up to my group. I said, this is insane that I cannot see a therapist. It's insane that I can't see a psychiatrist. I had to go to my PCM for my medication. It was wild. And, you know, during those 3 months of waiting, it's just a really critical period when you come back and you have so much stress going back to work and back to your families. So I just want to point that out. Luckily, after the 3 months, I was able to see a therapist. I'm still with the same therapist in Bethesda. She's very helpful. Since returning, I've been an advocate for my own care, asking for more treatment, more, what can we do? So TMS, transcranial magnetic stimulation, I think it stands for. I think it's like a new age electroshock therapy, but with magnets. I went through 6 weeks of that every day during the week, you know, for 30 minutes. And it was pretty intense, and it really worked for me. It was slow going, but the TMS really helped specifically with my anxiety and depression. And then after I was done with that treatment, I went to my psychiatrist. I said, I want more. And they gave me acupuncture. Acupuncture really helped with memory specifically, which is just really blows my mind. I don't know why or how that happened for me personally. But also processing some traumas surrounding the Kabul airlift and some early childhood things. It helped. I don't know the science behind it, but a big advocate for acupuncture. I have built social connections. I've actually implemented my coping skills, things like grounding. I continue to take a consistent dose of medication, although my psychiatrist seems like Dr. Feelgood sometimes. I am physically fit. I play soccer and I play volleyball with friends. I have family support, support from my spouse. It's difficult coming back to that. It's difficult. The why is difficult. Why did you want to take your life? You know, what about me? Don't you think it's a selfish thought? You know, you just seemed so happy and fulfilled. So what happened? And answering those questions it's damaging. It's difficult, and it's maybe it's part of processing. Maybe it's part of them healing. But I didn't feel like it was my responsibility to have to answer those questions. Sleep is something that should be focused on in my mind. You know, if you're not getting the right sleep, pretty much everything else falls apart. So being on sleeping medication has been a huge help for me. I'm now a year, 4 months sober or so. It has been a while, and it has done wonders for my physical and mental health. And with my family being, you know, legitimately all alcoholics, it's just something really foreign to them, but they're relatively respectful. So I'm appreciative of that. I've created my own stable environment here in DC with a lot of effort and energy. And it's given me a sense of control, controlled my life, controlled my profession. And as it stands, I'm still in the military. I still have these diagnoses, and my command still supports me. They're sympathetic, and the military is considered, it's called med boarding, medically boarding me out, medically retiring me, but they returned with a fit for duty determination under limitations. So I can't PCS or deploy or anything like that. But I'm working full time. I'm happy. I continue to advocate for these types of things because we don't get this, we don't get this personal sort of exchange. I don't hear from anyone that has had an experience like this. And I think it would be deeply impactful for, you know, our young enlisted members, our young military members, as well as, you know, the older generation that never was able to seek mental health. It wasn't even a subject. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate you listening genuinely. And I, if you want to, I am open to questions, whatever you need. So thank you. I'll turn it over to Mr. Dasse.
Well, thank you so much for that, Master Sergeant Hired. I just want to reiterate how important it is that you're here with us and just how valuable the information is, just you sharing your own experience, not just as a clinician, but as an individual and as a human. I think connecting with other people's experiences gives us the slightest window into kind of what it's like to go through something that many of us will not experience. I really deeply appreciate that. Jana, if you could just quickly pop back a slide. I just want to take a second and reiterate this as well. You know, the story in this encounter and this experience that we just heard, you know, there's a lot of trauma and a lot of emotion that comes with that. And I want to make sure everybody knows that if you ever need an assistance, if any of this was triggering in any way, you can always reach out to 988. You know, those crisis lines vary throughout all of our states, but this number was specifically created so that nationwide we could have access to individuals that can help in these types of moments. So thanks again, Master Sergeant Hired. I really appreciate everything that you've done, just adding to this conversation and providing us with that insight. And Jana, if you want to go a few slides, we'll start up with some of the information covering what we just heard. So I want to start here, and Roberto really started us off with some of this information at the beginning of the conference. And I'm not going to stay too long here, but I want to reiterate something, and I want to show you this visual. So this is the most recent report that we have from the VA regarding death by suicide in veteran populations. And you'll notice from the graph there that we have the same percentage showing that for individuals that have had an encounter with Veteran Healthcare Association within the last year prior to death. And then we have the exact same amount showing up with veterans that have not had contact with VHA. And it's important that we're focusing on a broad spectrum of individuals. You know, this isn't only something that's affecting veterans that are not enrolled in healthcare. You know, we can see right here that the statistics are showing, you know, even with that contact, we're still running up against the same rates. And regarding the statistics, you know, 17 individuals per day, any individual in a day is too many. But with this, you know, the 2022 report which that can be a little misleading, right? 2022 report shows data from 2020, right? So when we receive our report this year, which we're currently awaiting that release, it will be the 2023 report and it will show 2021. So, there's always a few years behind with catching up in that data. And this is what we're working from right now, just so that we can make sure that we have the most accurate representation of kind of how we're addressing these needs. But that gives a quick overview of kind of where we're at right now. And as soon as the VA releases that report, we'll have more information regarding what the more recent statistics show. And if you look in the chat as well, there's a link to the 2022 report at the earlier portions of the chat. So you can get this information there, and the infographic is also included in that. Next slide. So I want to start off with addressing some risk factors and protective factors. So as many of you know, there's never going to be one individual cause that's leading to death by suicide. It's typically a combination of many different aspects coming into play that starts to tip that scale, right? If, let's say, protective factors are balancing out these risk factors, as these risk factors begin to compile or as they become more serious, that scale begins to kind of shift, right? But if we're able to then build up those protective factors, the hope is that eventually we can shift that scale back in the other direction and provide enough support and enough factors to kind of combat that we can move away from that risk more and more. And some of these Master Sergeant Hired has already really touched on: substance use, mental health issues, and some of the others, including social isolation, but also unemployment, homelessness, access to lethal means. All of those are risk factors. And then in terms of protections for those, providing adequate access to mental health services. Master Sergeant Hired mentioned, as he returned from that inpatient and outpatient treatment, that this wait time for gaining access to a therapist and the regulation that's built around some of the structures we have really limited our abilities to get individuals to the care that they need. And it also emphasizes a need for us to begin expanding services, not only to include clinicians that are working in the mental health sphere, but to provide tools for individuals that are outside of that sphere so that we can provide immediate access to care. And that doesn't always look like a standard talk therapy, CBT. As he mentioned earlier, that also includes things like TMS, things like acupuncture, biofeedback, skill building courses. There's such a broad range of services that help to prevent those risk factors and increase your protective factors. Problem solving, spirituality, being connected to whatever individuals have for their spiritual needs, working on physical health. You also mentioned, Master Sergeant Hired, playing soccer and some of the physical activities that you participate in on a regular basis. Extremely important to not only keeping you balanced physically, but also just balancing out anything that you're coming up against in your mental health. Adequate and safe housing, employment, social connectedness. You'll notice that many of these mirror and oppose all of the risk factors that are mentioned beforehand. Next slide. So warning signs. This is an important part of this talk, and it's because warning signs are broad, right? It includes many, many more than what I have listed here. This is really just a very quick look into what this entails, but some of those include things like, uncharacteristic anger and outburst, violence, an increase in substance use. As we were kind of moving through Master Sergeant Hired's experience, he touched on some of those signs that, maybe he should have, or he expected for his coworkers to kind of pick up on, that was just really never mentioned, or nobody ever really addressed. And who knows why, right? Who knows why nobody brought any of those things up? Maybe they didn't notice. Maybe they were focused on something else, on his work. Maybe they looked past it because his work ethic was so valuable and high. Who knows, right? but building a layer of comfort so that everyone feels capable of addressing these warning signs as they occur in the lives of the individuals around them is extremely important. Making sure that we are empowering people to address these as they come across them. You know, withdrawing from family, mood swings, things that are very outwardly apparent, those are things that we can work with our community healthcare providers, mental health care providers, friends, family, community members, veterans. All of us can really work on being a little more comfortable addressing these things, and then really just touching on the sensitivity around addressing them, right? Like, I'm not going to walk up to a stranger and, you know, begin picking out some of these issues if I've noticed them. It requires building a connection first in whatever way possible. And it doesn't mean weeks or months or days, whatever the case. Building a connection can be as easy as simply sitting and hearing somebody, listening to them. But all of these warning signs, again, very important in ensuring that we're the eyes and ears. You know, it is everyone's job to prevent suicide. This isn't just in the hands of clinicians. And a lot of work is being put forward to make sure that we're expanding this scope, that we're not just relying on these individuals. You know, we have a huge deficit in terms of healthcare providers and mental health care providers. And we will require moving forward the integration of everyone into this process and fighting against this loss that we're experiencing across veteran populations and active duty populations. Next slide. So I touched on some of this a little bit, but I'm going to quickly run through four of what I consider to be some of the more important aspects of actually addressing this and helping. The first is really just being upfront and being plain. Now, obviously, again, you want to make sure that you're building rapport before you're jumping into a topic like suicide. It's important to be upfront and to be frank, but if you're frank without having that connection first, then you may actually end up degrading that opportunity and losing the ability to step in and maybe provide help. Because as many of you know, it is a sensitive topic and many people aren't going to feel comfortable sharing this information about their lives. But speaking openly about it and making sure that you're being upfront, we're not tiptoeing around the subject. We're not hiding this. We're not allowing this to become something that's in the background of a conversation. It's directly in the forefront, and that's a very important part of prevention. And the next is just listening, making sure that you're actively listening to the individuals that you're asking these questions to, and really putting in the effort to hear what they're saying. And in many cases, it's not that someone wants your response or your advice. And if that's the case, maybe an easy way to really address that is to simply ask. And we forget, I think, many times that it is something you can just ask. Hey, do you just want me to listen in this case, or would you like my feedback? Really simple way to really ascertain what somebody wants to get out of this type of communication or connection. And then again, not keeping those secrets. Once you are aware of this, it's absolutely important that you're not allowing this to become something that's slipping away. Number one, the window is small. In many cases, we found that, you know, when someone gets to a crisis point, when that tunnel vision really sets in, we have a limited amount of time where we can act. And if we're given insight into somebody's experiences and we're able to get to them before, if they're sharing that they're having these thoughts before the crisis occurs, that's our opportunity to get in there and really provide the help that they need. And then last is just following up. You know, once you've opened this topic and once it's something that's being addressed, it's not something that you can just let sit. It's something that requires a consistent check-in with these individuals in your lives, making sure that we're really putting the effort in to connect with them time and time again, and reiterating that we're there for them, and that, you know, in whatever capacity you have available, you can provide that to them, or at least get them to the care that that they need. Next slide. So this is an important part as well. Myths and stigma. Now, this permeates through a lot of what we see in many different fields, but the area of suicide is something that stigma has been really integrated into many of our military structures, healthcare, across the board. There are a lot of things that we can do to really begin to break down stigmas and combat these myths that we see. And I'm going to one by one go through these myths first. So some of these include asking somebody about suicide and the idea that it's going to plant this in their head and that it's going to convince them. We just talked about all of these risk factors. And in many cases, it is a very complex combination of factors that are leading to this. Just the touching on the topic alone is not enough to lead somebody to this. It's a serious decision that somebody has to make, and it's not something that happens in a conversation of that nature. People experiencing thoughts of suicide are fully intent on dying, when, as many of us know, in reality, it's the exact opposite. It's that those moments of sharing these struggles are ways of reaching out and connecting with people and sharing that, hey, I need you right now, or I need something. I don't know what I need, but I need something to help me get through this because I am not capable currently of doing it on my own. Everyone who dies by suicide is depressed. We know that that's absolutely not true. Yes, depression is a risk factor, but it is one of very many risk factors. And any number of events can lead to a death by suicide. Depression is not the sole contributing factor. A sudden movement or improvement in emotional state after a suicide attempt indicates that suicide risk has dissipated. Again, going back to the fact that follow-up is important in making sure that we're there for the people that we are supporting and that we are assisting with the risk of suicide. And just because somebody shows an improvement after it's been addressed does not mean that the risk is still not inherent. This, again, is not something that's going to be fixed, just because you had a conversation or just because you've seen a clinician one time. This is something that requires extended and continued support. And the last one here under myths is just that suicide is selfish or immoral. And Master Sergeant Hyatt mentioned this towards the end, where he was talking about the struggle with people within our networks and individuals that are in the periphery of an attempt or a death by suicide even. And this idea that it's some selfish act or that it's an immoral act. We've seen stigma perpetuated for many years in many religious structures, which is interesting because spirituality also acts as a protective factor. So there's two sides to this coin, right? Where, we have to look at this and see that, yes, for many years, suicide has been kind of perpetuated as something that is a sin or is working against somebody, and that it's this type of immoral act. And in reality, it's an act of desperation in many cases, right? An attempt to end this suffering or the extreme amounts of pain that somebody is experiencing from what they've gone through in their lives. And then in terms of the stigma surrounding some of these myths, as well as just suicide in general, obviously it increases distress and social isolation. I'm not going to go through all of these because many of us are fully aware, but some of these are really just, I guess, a small portion of the myth section, or a small portion of the fight, right? Is just kind of continuously addressing this over and over and making sure that across fields, across the general population, we are talking about this as an open topic and as something that it happens to anyone. It can happen to anyone. It's not happening to solely individuals that are experiencing homelessness or experiencing substance use. It's happening to people who are celebrities, executive individuals, and very high profile, positions where they're making, from an outside perspective, maybe enough money to support whatever happiness you could achieve. Whereas in reality, we know that that age-old tale, that money truly never buys you happiness. It's something that requires all of those protective factors, building those communities and those connections. Next slide. So this is an important part as well. Ways to combat that stigma and dispel those myths. So avoid perpetuating them when you come across them. Seeking out education like this. This panel alone has already provided a mass volume of information just regarding suicide as a general topic. Language is extremely important about how we talk about suicide. You know, it leans into that stigma when we're saying things like committed rather than death by. You know, saying that someone has committed suicide kind of lumps it into the same group as, you know, you've committed a crime, you've committed adultery. You know, it really leads to the same idea around this being some act of selfishness or some immoral act. Talking about it as well, just being open, sharing your own story, you know, hearing this story from Master Sergeant Hired and really what he's experienced gives us, again, that small window into someone else's life and someone else's experiences, and helps us humanize this issue to the extent that it's no longer looked at as something that, you know, is being tucked away or hidden. It's something that we all need to address and that any of us can really fall into given the right circumstances or combination of factors. And then offering help, right? Not all of us are going to be in the position to offer maybe clinical assistance, but in many ways, that's one very small portion of this whole big picture. You know, again, we revisit these protective factors and how important it is to have that combination. Next slide. And then I'm going to end on this, and this is just our clinical implications across the board. Now, we know that suicide approaches really across the nation and the world at the moment have been increasingly recognizing the importance of things like lived experiences in just building our structures on how we address suicide prevention, and then really getting the firsthand experience and kind of showing how those experiences can be applied to, you know, our assessment structures and what we're doing to really meet the needs and meet individuals where they're at, rather than pulling them to come to us and making them meet us where we are. So I'm going to start here with diversification of treatment modalities to include innovative approaches. Now, we'll speak on this a little later in the panel. There's another section on this, but Master Sergeant Hire already mentioned a few of these, including TMS and acupuncture. Then providing sensitivity training for clinicians around the subject of suicide. You know, we talked about this a little earlier as well, and I actually want to ask Master Sergeant Hired, if you don't mind, I'm curious if you have any other insights into the experiences or the interactions you had with those different clinicians. I know you talked on the social worker that you spoke with in your first very initial experience at the ER, but I'm curious to know how those experiences were past that. You know, do you have any other insight you could quickly provide into what those interactions look like?
Yeah, definitely. It varied from place to place. That woman at the Virginia State Hospital is a very poor example. When I initially went to Walter Reed, one of the nurses that was evaluating me, you had to go and check in to the emergency room and then say why you were there and then sit down in the waiting room. You had to say, I want to commit suicide, or I want, you know, I'm having these thoughts, which is embarrassing in itself. But anyway, the first nurse that evaluated me asked me, why are you here? What, you know, what's going on? And it was just a very awkward, you know, it was just a bad way of starting out. But what I will say is that the first layer of people, you know, your nurses or your paramedics, or, you know, even, you know, people at the front desk, those interactions matter so much, because it dictates whether or not you trust them, whether you're comfortable, whether you open up and are honest with them. So I would say, you know, first level people are very critical in the process.
Thank you for that. And, you know, one of the things that US Vets is doing, and across the nation, really a number of different veteran service organizations and the VA as well, is working with community members, local emergency rooms, trying to partner with these organizations so that we can provide these trainings and really inform them of their importance and the importance of what the way that they're approaching these topics in addressing suicide as a whole, and then just somebody who is really experiencing suicidal ideation or a crisis. And then next is just including lived experiences in these types of trainings and general suicide prevention trainings, and really providing that insight into a firsthand experience and what that looks like for somebody who's actually gone through this. Training primary care providers to screen for suicide risk at a standard appointment. And the reason that this is here is because we've seen, even from the statistics in the early portions of this, that the risk for veterans is the same as it is when they are connected to healthcare and when they aren't. And one of the easier ways to really address this and to make sure that this topic, again, is not something that's being looked over or missed, is that having these clinicians involved in that process and making sure that they're trained on things like the Columbia Suicide Severity Risk Scale and how to assess. You know, many of these scales were built so that anyone could address them and utilize them. They were specifically created so that you didn't have to have experience in a mental health field, so that as a social worker or as just an individual, you can access this and try and ascertain where someone is at in their journey and their risk level. And then from there, then get them to the necessary care. Adoption of a whole health approach to address a vet's needs, or anyone's needs, really. Now, again, this has been reiterated throughout Master Sergeant Hired's experience and throughout these slides, but really addressing someone across the board and making sure that we are meeting needs across all spheres of their lives and not just focusing on, you know, the suicide risk as a mental health issue, but looking at the other aspects like financial stability, any legal issues that they're having, making sure that they are enriching their lives in ways that give it value. You're not just living your life because of, you know, it's something that we do because we're just here going through the monotony. You're actually investing in your time. And then taking a person-centered engagement at clinical facilities as well. So making sure that we are investing in individuals as people and not as their diagnoses. So that means referring to populations not as, you know, a homeless person, but a person who's experiencing homelessness, or not as somebody who, you know, is schizophrenic, for example. You would then say an individual who deals or struggles with schizophrenia, or the same goes for suicide risk as well. And then again, the widespread reduction in stigmatizing speech. All of those things extremely important in the clinical sphere in really addressing this topic and making sure that we're disseminating this information appropriately to clinicians. Next slide. And that is all that I have for you all today. I know we're a little bit over, so I want to open things up for questions, but first I'm going to turn this over to Master Sergeant Hired. Just if you have any closing remarks or anything that you would like to mention before we open up for questions.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I just wanted to say that, you know, this is an ongoing struggle. Just because I received this treatment, I'm in an amazing place in my life and all of these things, I still have suicidal ideations. I still have them multiple times a week. But I make the choice to live every morning. So, you know, a lot of this is sort of focused around the event itself. But keep in mind, you know, it's a lifelong struggle. It probably has a lot to deal with my major depressive disorder, but I just wanted to leave you with that, you know, keep it in mind. And also thank you everyone again, and I'm answering your questions on the Q&A. So thanks for listening.
So again, if anyone has any questions, you can just pop them into the chat there, and then we will go through and answer those as they occur. But otherwise, this is all I have. Thank you all for attending and for giving us this opportunity to share with all of you. Master Sergeant Hyatt, thanks again. We're all deeply moved by just the fact that you're willing to come and share your story with us alone, but also just the insight that it's given all of us in moving forward and how to integrate that into what we're already doing.
Yes, absolutely. Mirroring what Justin said, Master Sergeant Hyatt, thank you for your bravery in sharing your experience. And Justin, thank you so much for all of your insight as well. I think everybody took multiple things from out of this. So thank you again, both of you, so much. We are going to go to our break time. Our break time was scheduled until 11:45 and it was scheduled for 15 minutes. Let's go ahead and still do a 10-minute break and we'll start back at 10:46 promptly. Welcome back from the break, everybody. I'm very excited to introduce our next presenter, Dr. Lynette Averill. Deeply influenced by her father's suicide, has dedicated her professional life to addressing the effects of stress, trauma, and ineffective treatments. Her research primarily focuses on novel, rapid-acting intravenous for post-traumatic stress and chronic stress pathology. She has co-authored studies on treatments for Special Operations Forces veterans and published widely on ketamine for stress and trauma-related concerns. Dr. Averill has received recognition and funding from prestigious organizations like Fulbright Association, Department of Veterans Affairs, and more. Currently, she is an associate professor at Baylor College of Medicine, a clinical research psychologist at the Michael E. DeBakey VA Medical Center, and holds faculty appointments at Yale School of Medicine and the National Center for PTSD. She's also a founding board member on 2 nonprofits dedicated to advancing psychedelic medicine and policy. Additionally, she played a pivotal role in legislative efforts related to psychedelic medicine in Texas and has testified in both state and federal levels in the US and Canada on these matters. Please help me welcome Dr. Lynette Averill.
Thank you so much. Can I just get a thumbs up? You can hear me? I can't see anyone, so okay, perfect. Well, thank you so much. I'm really delighted to be here today and have the opportunity to speak with you briefly. I hope that it's been a really lovely meeting so far. I know the topic can be, of course, quite weighty, and I think it's just so critical that we're having these conversations and really having these conversations openly with each other, because certainly silence around suicide prevention and around mental health, I think, is often, does so much more damage. So really delighted to be here. And sorry, I was trying to click on my own slides. Next slide, please, whoever is advancing those. And I will say, for my own, I think this is my own annoyance, I never love the next slide, please. So I'm sorry if that's annoying for anyone. These are just my disclosures. Some groups that I have done some consultation for, or other things. None of this work, though some of this is psychedelic related, I'm not being paid for this presentation, and none of the work that I'm speaking about today really relates to any of this particular work. I also will note all opinions are my own. I am not speaking on behalf of or as a representative of any of the institutions that I work for. Next slide, please. So I wanted to start just with telling you a little bit about my own journey to this work, which was included a bit in my introduction. But next slide. Really, as was noted, I have been interested in mental health and in suicide prevention since I was 3 years old. When my father, who was a U.S. Marine and had served in Vietnam, died by suicide. I have no memories of him whatsoever, but certainly grew up very aware of the effects of war and stress and trauma on the individual who experiences that themselves, as well as on the family, the friends, the community at large who experience so many of those things in tandem. So this slide just shows a couple of pictures in the dress uniform, one in Vietnam, and then one, admittedly, all of these are very blurry, but one of my father in Montana, where he grew up and I grew up with his treasured car. But yeah, grew up just very aware of the effects of stress and trauma, the effects of war, the effects of suicide, and I would say pretty early on was very interested in how do we treat these things? How do we offer support? How do we offer intervention? Both for folks who are still in the service as well as folks who are out of the service. And of course, this applies to, not only veterans. There are many people, civilians alike, who struggle with trauma. I think notably, I'm not talking about this today, but certainly family members of veterans are a huge group that do experience so many things in tandem. And next slide, I think we have come an incredibly long way in our ability to treat, but unfortunately have not come far enough. So I start many of my talks with this same quote. I think it nicely sums things up. Reality is the leading cause of stress amongst those in touch with it. Next slide, please. The reality is we are in a state of crisis. We have been in a state of crisis for a while, and I think this has been exacerbated. Next slide, please. Certainly with the COVID pandemic, with the political, social, civil upheaval, with 20 years of sustained combat, I will say, messy exit out of Afghanistan, the now war in Ukraine, certainly the more recent things happening in Israel, that all of these things have found us in a crisis of mental health, where we are really dealing with things at an escalated level from what we have dealt with previously. And we know, next slide please, that no matter where you happen to fall in terms of, well, political leanings, religious leanings, any of these things, that PTSD, trauma exposure, is something that really knows no bounds. We know that as we have gone through these various experiences as a society, as a civilization, we have seen elevated rates of PTSD, of suicide, of depression, etc. PTSD, of course, I would imagine everyone here has a general sense of what that is. Re-experiencing symptoms, avoidance symptoms, negative mood and cognition, and hyperarousal symptoms. There's a dissociative subtype. I'm not really talking about that today, but next slide, please. And I think of suicidality. You may or may not know there isn't a formal diagnosis the way that we have diagnoses for PTSD, depression, anxiety disorders, these sorts of things. There is not a diagnosis currently for suicide behavior or suicidal thoughts, these sorts of things. That is being considered, but does not yet exist. I think of suicidality as sort of a meta symptom or phenomenon, if you will, that though it is often hand in hand with PTSD, anxiety, substance use, depression, any of these things, it does not have to be. But certainly these are just a few of the symptoms or the side effects or the things that underlie people's experiences with suicidal thoughts and behaviors. Next slide. And we know that, again, these are a little out of order, I guess. I've already stated this. We know that the last few years have really seen an increase in these things, and I think have highlighted that while we have come an incredible way since the early 80s, for example, when my father passed away, we have not come far enough. Certainly, the early 80s saw the actual inclusion of PTSD in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, which obviously has been landmark in terms of our capacity to develop treatments. I will make the note right now, you probably have already identified this, I'm talking about suicidality, yes, and in the context of sort of PTSD, stress, trauma, these sorts of things. But what we know is that the treatments that we have are relatively limited. The treatments for PTSD, for depression, and for suicidality, but certainly for PTSD and for suicidality, formal official treatments are very limited. The other thing we know is that unfortunately they are relatively ineffective for many people. I absolutely want to be very clear. I do not want to minimize the critical nature of the interventions we have. For some people, these are life-saving, they are important, they are very effective, and that is a wonderful thing. I am not minimizing that at all. What I am highlighting is that they are not enough. We know they are not enough, and that many people struggle to find healing with them. Many people are still symptomatic. Many people just often can actually feel worse than they did to start with, or are taking, 15 different medications to where you end up taking medications to manage the side effects of the medications and this sort of thing. And ultimately, in many cases, treatment advancements have been relatively stagnant for around 20 years. Next slide, please. So the other thing that I'll note is that the interventions we have, and this is speaking both to things like SSRIs, the antidepressant medications, which are used for treating PTSD, for depression, for suicidality, all of these things, are slow acting, meaning that for most people, it is weeks to months before the chemicals build up enough in their system to where you really notice a significant shift. Again, there are very high rates of non-response or limited response, where folks will not actually feel better. They just don't have a shift in symptoms or have very limited shift in symptoms. So we'll continue to have symptoms. Of course, these also come along with distressing side effects. Some of the most common side effects of antidepressants are weight loss or gain, sometimes 20 to 30 pounds in a relatively short amount of time, cognitive impairment, and sexual dysfunction. Certainly, if you're already feeling bad, to lose or gain 20 to 30 pounds, not remember anything, including to take your medication and not be able to perform sexually, that's probably not going to make you feel a lot better, right? Like that's just not something any of us are jumping up and down to go sign up for. So not surprisingly, sometimes that leads to pretty high dropout rates. Folks say, this is just not worth it. Either I will explore something else, or I'd rather feel bad in the way I felt bad before than feel bad in this way. The other thing that's very unfortunate we know is that the more times someone tries a medication and does not find benefit, it actually increases the chances that you may not find benefit or that you will continue to struggle. So if you've had that experience, or you know that your psychiatrist or your APRN or whoever you may be working with kind of tries you on different things or gives you combinations of things, that's really trying to find something that works. And that is often, unfortunately, a bit of a challenge, especially for folks like veterans who sometimes have very complex presentations, meaning that they're, certainly combat and military service sometimes is very chronic, severe trauma exposure. Unfortunately, many of our veterans also were experienced in trauma before military service, may have additional exposures after military service, and have physical conditions as well, whether that is chronic pain, which certainly is very common, traumatic brain injury, cardiovascular heart issues, diabetes, any of these sorts of things are all very common and can complicate any sort of intervention. Next slide, please. So this is just, sort of a standard thing that I think if we really want to explore new solutions, we really have to think outside the box, and we really have to consider what are the problems, what are the things that we have that work, what are the things we have that don't work, where are the gaps and the holes. Next slide, please. And we know, again, of course, that depression, PTSD, substance use, suicidality kind of go hand in hand often, and that these have widespread implications for the individual, for the family, for the friends, for the community, in terms of just themselves, one's own sense of well-being, wholeness, peace, but also for parenting, for children, for romantic relationships, for relationships with family, for friendships, employment, education, self-care, community engagement. Any and all of these things are going to be affected in some way. The other thing, though, that I think is really important that we don't talk about as much is the neurobiological changes. And I'm going to talk about this just very briefly and pretty high level. Next slide. And I think this is an important thing to think about because there is so much stigma around mental health, and it often is presented or interpreted or viewed as some sort of weakness, some sort of problem with an individual. I think, unfortunately, though the military has come a very long way in their own approach to mental health, that often is how things are presented by leadership as well in the military, that, that just pick yourself up by the bootstraps and carry on, right? While you're doing probably one of the hardest, most stressful, traumatizing, demoralizing jobs that exists in the world, just suck it up and move on. That obviously is not helpful feedback. And as many in the audience, I'm sure, are painfully aware, again, rather damaging. So there is a slide coming, I think, that highlights a very nice quote that says, there are injuries and trauma that are much more damaging than anything that bleeds. And I think for me, how I interpret that is that it really highlights those neurobiological changes, those brain-based changes that we know happen when we are exposed to significant stress and trauma. So something that I and some of my colleagues really spend a lot of time exploring is, what are these neurobiological changes that happen? How do they relate to mental health symptoms and presentations? How do treatments seem to alter these or resolve some of these? And are there markers that may be important as we think about targeting things in the brain from an intervention perspective? So this graph really just talks about how the effect of living every day with depression, with PTSD, with suicidal thoughts and behaviors can in and of itself serve as an additional stressor or trauma. So very briefly, the top of the slide here is talking about individual risk factors, environmental factors, and chronic stressors. So we know with mental health that sometimes if there's a family history, that may increase risk. If you are living as a member of a marginalized population or have very limited access to resources, to healthcare, to insurance, if you don't have access to a therapist, any of these sorts of things, of course, that may exacerbate things further. When we are exposed to a stressor, there are a myriad of changes that happen neurobiologically, both in terms of neurochemical levels, in terms of our structure and function of our brain sometimes, depending on what it is that's happening. And that's going to alter our synaptic connectivity, which I will say more about in a moment. The synaptic connectivity, though, really is, if you think of that as sort of the highway system of the brain, how does one bit of information get from point A to point B? How do those impulses run? And that really underlies everything. Everything from our learning, our memory, our sensory experiences, our vision, our hearing, feeling in our body, everything relates to that highway system, that interstate system of messages from point A to point B. If that becomes dysregulated, if there is a construction project, for example, on this highway system, that means things are going to shift, things are going to move. There may be information not getting through the way that we think it would, and that can cause emotion dysregulation, cognitive impairment, trouble sleeping, pain, any of these sorts of things. Then that can lead to stress-related symptoms, PTSD symptoms, depressive symptoms, and suicidal symptoms, which then kind of kicks us around in this cycle. Certainly for those of you in the audience who are someone struggling with these symptoms, who know and love someone struggling with these sorts of symptoms, it's hard. It's hard to live with those symptoms. They in of themselves are stressful. And so that kind of kicks us around this circle that we need to figure out a way, how do we best sort of kick ourselves back out? How do we improve our sleep? How do we limit those symptoms? How do we do these things? Next slide, please. So there has been a bit of a shift, I would say, within the last 10 years especially, a slow-moving shift, as things in science often are, where we're moving away from the idea of, quote-unquote, simply needing to alter chemical imbalances to help with depression and these things, to more of a complex approach of modulating neural circuits. So if we think about SSRIs, antidepressants, those generally have the intent of shifting serotonin levels in the brain or shifting other levels of neurochemicals in the brain. And while that is, again, very helpful, I think we're seeing that may not be the only thing we need to do, that perhaps modulating some of the neural circuitry, modulating some of those highway systems, if you will, may be where we see the most benefit. And we're seeing a lot of research happening exploring this with new and sometimes very old medications like ketamine, psilocybin, and MDMA. I'll say a little bit more about these in a moment. Next slide, please. I won't talk about this slide other than to say the thing that I find really exciting about these interventions is that they seem to work very well. Of course, I will put the caveat, not for everyone. There is not now and never will be a one size fits all, but do seem to work well in many cases for patients who have been treatment resistant. And while I don't love the term treatment resistant, what that means is the individuals who have struggled to find healing, the individuals who have been failed by the medications, the SSRIs, the therapy, these sorts of things. And I do want to very much stress my wording there of the patient or the veteran has been failed, not the veteran failed. I think we often hear, oh, the person failed the SSRI. Absolutely not. The medication failed you. You did not fail the medication. So that's just a caveat on one of my own pet peeves of language. So I'll throw that out there. But I think that the fact that people who have tried many other interventions often find healing is exciting. The other thing I think is really exciting and sometimes life-saving, honestly, is that these are rapid-acting antidepressants relative to the slow-acting antidepressants like SSRIs. Most of the time, people are reporting shifts in symptoms within a number of hours to a number of days. And of course, if we are thinking about suicidality, surely if we say, I'm going to give you this and you may feel better in a couple of hours or days rather than a couple of weeks or months, that is quite literally life-saving sometimes. The rest of this slide I won't worry about mentioning for these purposes. Next slide, please. So here's the quote that I already sort of mentioned, but that I think does nicely highlight, again, the importance of the neurobiological changes and the critical point of the invisible wounds of war that are talked about and yet I think are not talked about enough, perhaps. Next slide. Won't spend a lot of time here either, but just to say that there are certain areas of the brain in terms of our networks that have really been identified to be important in intervention as we think about both pharmacologic intervention as well as talk therapy intervention. And these networks, these highway systems, are sort of broken up into specific jobs or specific things that they do. Just as we think about the highway systems around us, we know that certain highways go certain places and certain highways don't go those same places. The same applies here, that there are certain areas of the brain that do certain things. They have particular jobs. And the ones that we have found to be most important are the central executive network, default mode network, and salience network. The central executive network is the part of the brain that really focuses on kind of higher order, more complex kinds of things. So things like decision making, planning, organization, really evaluating risks and consequences, these sorts of things. The salience network that is sort of as it sounds, it helps us determine what things are salient. What things should we be focusing our attention on? What things do we need to laser in on, or what things do we say, it doesn't apply to me? The last one, the default mode network, is interesting in that it is most active when we are kind of not active. We're not cognitively engaged in something. We're not really focused in on something. And as we think about PTSD and suicidality, these three pieces make a lot of sense. We know that sometimes due to significantly strong emotions, due to guilt, to shame, to demoralization, to impaired sleep, to chronic pain, to sometimes traumatic brain injury, any of these things, we know that those cognitive things sometimes are impaired. Sometimes that decision making is impaired. That impulsivity is very quick. We make decisions without considering the consequences. We don't feel like we're very organized in things, and we kind of take things as they come. Now, I'm not saying that's always bad. Sometimes, though, in the context of bigger things or in the context of suicidality, when all of those things may be impaired, there can be consequences. Certainly, again, within salience, thinking about PTSD either from a threat detection perspective, that everything may appear to be dangerous or a threat of some sort, and or where there's often a focus on the negative things, the bad things in life, the things that are traumatic or stressful, and kind of ignore any of the positives, any of the more neutral things even. And then the default mode network, either in PTSD, depression, suicidality, that sort of opportunity, if you will, for, I'll say, quote unquote, daydreaming of a more neutral or positive realm, sometimes doesn't feel like that happens. That when there is that, you're not really focused on a particular project or task, that those intrusive thoughts that do come up are either traumatic in nature or negative in nature in some shape or form. Next slide, please. And what we have found is that we, again, know that stress and trauma causes a shift in the way that our brain works. So I'm going to talk through some of these things pretty quickly because I know I'm sort of short on time. I could spend all day chatting about these things, so I will apologize if I sort of am racing through things. But what this slide shows is on the left side is a piece of the brain, that one sort of highway system, if you will, one synapse dendrite system that is very kind of plumped up. You can see it looks kind of thick. There's a bunch of little pieces coming off of it. We can say those are like little highway exits, if you will. Lots of information is going to be passing through here very quickly. Has lots of places it can go, lots of routes to get things. When we're exposed to a stressor, all of that kind of shrinks down. Neurobiologically, our brain actually has these shifts to where these highway systems kind of shrink down a little bit. There are not as many pathways to get from point A to point B. It's like overnight, boop, all of these construction projects pop up, and it causes some problems. What we have seen time and time again in research, this particular slide is from some animal studies, which grantedly have their limitations, but for things like this, I think are very valuable. This is what happens when we administer ketamine. You can see that it kind of plumps back up again, that it looks more like it did before that stressor. There are more of those exits, if you will, those highway exits that are showing. Next slide, which suggests that there is an opportunity to reverse or remediate some of those stress imposed challenges or changes in the brain. This slide also won't spend much time on, other than to say the red lines here are showing the brain of quote unquote healthy individuals, people who do not meet criteria for any sort of mental health diagnosis, now or in the past. And the blue show the brains, show data from the brains of individuals who currently meet criteria for depression. And what we were looking at in this study ultimately is how similar or dissimilar are these brains, and what happens when we administer ketamine. So the first top left, just shows kind of how many voxels or little teeny chunks of the brain of this highway system seem to be altered in a way in healthy individuals. And the little blue along the bottom, you can see that it's generally entirely red, shows sort of what the healthy brain is looking like. And then the blue there, this again is as healthy controls, that there's really not much shift at all in what happens within a healthy brain when you give ketamine. In the top right, sorry, somehow these directions are hard for me. The top right, this is the red again is the brain of the healthy individuals. The blue is the brain of the depressed individuals before ketamine. And you can see that the blue is very much left shifted. These do not look the same. There are significant differences between these two groups in terms of the alterations or changes in the overall functional connectivity. In the lower left, in C, this is the individuals who have depression and responded well to ketamine. So those people who took ketamine and reported a significant improvement in symptoms. This is 24 hours later, 24 hours after the dose. Their imaging scans now look almost identical to the healthy individuals. Panel D, lower right, shows the individuals who did not respond, those folks who, for whatever reason, did not notice a significant shift in symptoms. And you can see that their brain scans, their MRI scans, also don't show that significant shift in connectivity. Now, certainly one of the things we're still trying to understand, our group and others, is what that difference is in the folks who do have the significant shift and the folks who don't. But what this shows us is that there is something very important about the connectivity shifts as they relate to the symptom shifts. Next slide, please. I will not mention this. Next slide. I will also not mention this. Next slide. Something that I do want to mention is that we see similar things with psilocybin. And if you are not familiar with psilocybin, psilocybin is the active sort of metabolite in magic mushrooms, in the psychedelic drug magic mushrooms. This again is from an animal study, but shows that at 24 hours post-treatment, there was a 10% increase in spine density and size. And if we think about, again, this connectivity being a highway system, if tomorrow at this time you went out for a drive and there were 10% more highways and byways and interstate exits, certainly that would be a bit confusing, but also that's pretty remarkable to think of all of the added ways you could get somewhere, get around, bypass a construction project as needed, whatever. And this lasted for an entire month. This significant shift in connectivity lasted for a month, which is noteworthy relative to ketamine, because if you're familiar with ketamine, though the response is really, really lovely for many people, it's also very brief after a single dose. That's usually only 7 to 14 days, generally. So an entire month is very significant. Next slide, please. The other thing that I'll note, not really talk about much, is that psilocybin seems to have significant rapid acting improvements in connectivity kind of throughout the entire brain. So this study looked at what happens when you give placebo, and we know that all sorts of things happen when we give placebo, which sounds sort of counterintuitive, but even giving, some sort of sugar pill, that people do have some shifts, and there are always some shifts that just happen with absolutely nothing. Our brains are always active and doing things. But with psilocybin, there was this just incredible influx across the entire brain system in these connections, both within each network as well as between each network. Next slide, please. So I'll say very briefly, that MDMA and psilocybin are two drugs currently in the FDA pipeline that have what is called an FDA breakthrough therapy designation. And what that means is that all of the data to date are showing that these medications are as good or better than what we currently have available, that they have a safe side effect profile, and that they have a low abuse potential. Those are the three criteria a medication has to have to get the breakthrough therapy designation. MDMA currently is expected to have FDA approval probably in 2024 at this point. Certainly we're on the fast track to the end of 2023, which is wild, but here we are. Psilocybin is expected to probably have FDA approval 2025-26. These designations for these drugs, specifically MDMA, has been studied as an intervention for PTSD, and psilocybin for depression and TRD, treatment-resistant depression. Next slide, please. I have already said that, so next slide, please. I generally do my own slides, and somehow when I do my own, I manage better knowing what the next slide is. At any rate, psilocybin, just very briefly, is again a psychedelic medication. Really has evolved with the human race. Has been used used for millennia across the world with various groups and cultures. Again, is the active drug in magic mushrooms. Currently, what is being studied is not natural product. It is not mushrooms, but is synthesized versions of the mushroom product. Though they actually just passed legislation in Arizona that will be studying the actual therapeutic events of mushrooms, which is pretty exciting since many people are using the mushrooms, not the synthetic versions. Currently, I certainly will note that if you are using the mushrooms right now, technically in most places in the US, that is illegal. But we know that people are doing that and have been doing that for a very long time. Next slide, please. MDMA also is a synthetic drug, as opposed to psilocybin. This is not a plant-based medication, not an animal-based medication. Something that is interesting, I'll note, about MDMA is that it is considered an empathogen because of its significant increase in oxytocin. If you're not familiar with oxytocin, oxytocin is a neurochemical in our body that is sometimes referred to as the quote-unquote love hormone or the love drug, because it is the hormone that increases in acts of intimacy, that increases when mothers breastfeed their children, with these sorts of things, when there is a close connection. And it's thought that perhaps for many folks with significant PTSD and trauma, that opportunity for increased empathy and connection, both with the therapist, with the people that are there to support them, and importantly for themselves, may be a really useful piece of this intervention. To have connection, to have more empathy, compassion, perhaps opportunity for forgiveness, etc. I think for oneself is a critical piece, as is the piece of putting that outwards toward others. Next slide. So again, very briefly, if you're not familiar with what psychedelic therapy looks like, in many ways it is very similar to going and talking with a therapist that you may do at the VA or elsewhere, and in other ways is entirely different from that. They talk about the critical nature of set and setting in these interventions, meaning that the set, you really do a lot of preparation work, both emotional and cognitive preparation work, as well as sort of more physical preparation work, because MDMA and psilocybin and other psychedelics that are not yet in the FDA pipeline, but I will mention briefly, are being used. It's very important that you have a sense of your own physical safety for these things, because they do have cardiovascular effects, cardiovascular risks. If you are someone who already has hypertension, who already has irregular heartbeat or arrhythmia, who already has some of these things, perhaps you want to make sure that you have been cleared and deemed to be likely safe. Unfortunately, we never can ensure absolutely someone's safety, but certainly can take many steps to increase someone's safety. but also making sure that you feel good, feel safe, have a plan, for what it is you want to do with this session, what you hope to get out of these sessions, why you are engaging in this. Making sure that you have a safe place, that you have facilitators, that you trust the facilitators, that you've done all of this work. And then the other piece is the setting. Where are you engaging in this? Is it a safe place? Do you have all of the things that you need? Is there opportunity for things like vitals monitoring, again, because of the cardiovascular risks, all of these things? Of course, as a scientist, as a clinician, I would encourage this mostly to be happening in the context now of a clinical trial or other medical setting for safety. And I am under no delusion that many people are doing this in non-medical settings. So again, just as a due diligence point, please, 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 if you are doing this now or are interested in doing this, do speak with your healthcare professionals, ask about safety, make sure that you have taken all of the steps, to be as safe as possible in exploring these sorts of things. Because I think where we find that people have the most negative outcomes is either engaging in these interventions very impulsively, engaging in these interventions kind of all alone, in the living room on a Friday night, thinking, yeah, why not? I'll try it out, without any support system in place, because these are very intense interventions, sometimes very, very difficult interventions in terms of the things that may come up for folks. And so really making sure that all of those things are set is a critical piece. Next slide, please. The thing that is nice about these interventions is that we think that the intensity of the intervention is perhaps where some of the magic is happening. Magic, pun intended, I guess. That there is a significant shift in awareness, in consciousness, that you may fully hallucinate. You may, depending on what it is you're taking and the setting, there may be any number of experiences that are very much outside normal day-to-day experiences. Because these are psychedelic assisted psychotherapy, you have not only the pharmacologic intervention, the medication intervention, but also the psychological mechanisms. So the things from the talk therapy and the support that you're getting. And many people have described these experiences as almost like a reset or a rewiring of the brain and the experiences. And again, if we think about the connectivity that I mentioned, how that underlies so much of our existence, that if you very rapidly have kind of this opportunity to sort through and organize and reevaluate our learning, our memory, our beliefs, certainly around traumatic experiences we've had. Sometimes the memories we have and the beliefs we have about really stressful or traumatic experiences are entirely true and accurate and helpful. And in many cases, that is absolutely not the case. In many cases, we have these sort of stuck points that are either entirely black and white and leave out a bunch of important information, or are entirely grounded in often inappropriate guilt or shame, are entirely grounded in, a sense of demoralization and these sorts of things. When again, people will talk about feeling like they have the opportunity to face these things and explore these things. And again, that I want to be very clear that none of this is sort of a one and done experience, that you go in, you have this assisted psychotherapy and you go home and ta-da, the clouds are parted and everything is great. That, as I mentioned in the last slide, there's a lot of work that goes into preparing for one of these sessions. And there is a lot of work that happens in the sessions, and there is a lot of work to be done after the sessions. That there are the integration sessions afterwards, where you will talk about anything that came up in these sessions, what your experience was, talk through that, sort of reorganizing and evaluating and etc. And then for many folks, just as with anything else, you want to continue to do that work, to continue to leverage that foundation. Next slide, please. We have done, well, I'm going to skip through these things just for time's sake. These next few slides, if you'll go next slide, are really just showing the effects, next slide, of psilocybin and MDMA, next slide, and what the studies have shown, next slide. And again, what these are showing, next slide, is, next slide, that MDMA and psilocybin seem to be as effective or better than things like SSRIs. There have not yet to date really been too many studies that have explored and have published on how these compare to the gold standard talk therapies, things like cognitive processing therapy or prolonged exposure. There is some work happening with that now. But the results are showing, certainly for PTSD, that MDMA is very impressive. I will say again, of course, this is not a one size fits all. There are many reasons that people may not be safe or appropriate for one of these interventions. And even if safe and appropriate, it does not mean that everyone is going to have the same, significantly positive experience. Something I want to mention very briefly is some work that I have done with other psychedelic medicines, not MDMA or psilocybin. Both of these are very, very early on in terms of FDA review, but have again been used for millennia. I've had the opportunity to work with a group who has explored the outcomes for Special Operations Forces veterans who have used these outside the country. So in this particular case, have gone to a clinic in Mexico that provides these interventions. Next slide, please. And we found that across the board, PTSD, depression, anxiety, cognitive impairment, suicidality, psychological flexibility, people generally had very significant improvements. You don't need to know anything about what an effect size means, be a statistician. The takeaway message from this slide is that overall, special operators who we know often have multiple deployments, significant stress, etc., had really significant improvements in symptoms. I will note also that this is a weekend treatment. Generally, people go on a Thursday and go home on a Sunday, and this, these are the outcomes. Now, I again will put the caveat, this is not everyone, and these folks are the ones who self-selected, responded to our questions. And many of these folks also noted that they went home and continued to do the work, saw a therapist, worked with people, were engaging in mindfulness practice, we're trying to exercise, we're doing all of the things that help to keep us healthy and whole all the time, whether in the context of PTSD and suicidality or anything else. Next slide. Again, though, one of the things that I find most exciting, next slide, please, about psychedelic medicine and ketamine, but certainly psilocybin and MDMA more so, as well as ibogaine and 5-MeO, which these particular results are from, is that I think often in mental health, not nearly often enough, we know what the suicide rates are for veterans and other communities, but often we are able to save lives. And I absolutely do not minimize that. That is a wonderful thing, and that is a huge win. The challenge I see in mental health treatment is that often with various intervention, we save lives to the point of getting someone willing to exist, if you will, tolerating existence for another day, not being actively in that point of wanting to tap out, wanting to die by suicide or other means. And again, saving those lives is a huge win. The thing I find exciting about psychedelics is that it seems that for many people who have even a mediocre response, that there is so much more of a foundation set in which people then want to go forward and feel they can build lives that they truly want to be living, lives that have, for example, meaning and purpose, lives that have some sort of spiritual component, that feel useful and important and enjoyable. And that's not to say, you know, that people are celebrating and every day is cupcakes and flowers, but that people are building lives that they actually want to be living. And to me, those are entirely different conversations, and certainly entirely different means of existing. Tolerating another day versus waking up and feeling like, yeah, I'm good. I have some things I'm looking forward to in my life. These are the findings from this particular study that, again, most people said this was one of the top 5 most meaningful events of their life. I can tell you, I have never heard someone say that about trying Prozac, for example. Never. That it was spiritually significant. Now, this does not mean, you know, spiritual in any specific realm. Spirituality takes on a host of different shapes, sizes, structures, complete lack of structure for people. Something I think is a nice piece about that, though, especially for the veteran community and people who are exposed to trauma that often has such a strong demoralization piece, that we know many people lose their faith, lose their religion during their military service, lose their connection to some sort of higher power because of the things that they experience, the things that they do, the questions that they have. And many people do report kind of finding that again, finding themselves again. That may not be exactly what it looked like before, but finding something very meaningful for themselves in that way. That I think, again, is a really important piece. Next slide, please. We also have done a couple of additional papers that have found that, you know, these interventions also have benefit for substance use. I'm not sure if you're following legislation at all, but Kentucky actually is exploring, exploring some legislation that would put substantial funding into ibogaine research, ibogaine being one of the drugs that was administered here for opioid misuse and trying to combat the opioid epidemic. And there's a lot of exciting research to suggest why that may be helpful. Next slide, please. Again, I admit I don't actually know exactly the composition of today's audience, but I think the things that I would say are that we really must be thoughtful in our approach to mental health and suicide prevention. We must be cautious. We, of course, don't want to do things that may do more harm than good. Need to be ethical. I think, you know, certainly we see in mental health that there are so many inequities and problems with access, problems with equity, problems with resources, any of these things, and that we must be courageous. You know, certainly there is a lot of pushback with, well, there's not enough evidence yet, and what about the risks? And yes, those are critical questions, and also, what are the risks of continuing to do nothing? At what point do we say there is enough research to move forward? At what point do we say we have lost enough lives? I think certainly we must leave no stone unturned in identifying ways to help veterans and help others to build lives they truly want to live. Next slide, please. I don't need to mention this at all. It's not really relevant for this. Just thinking about, I think, how do we best move forward with these interventions? Next slide. I will certainly, again, make the note that, next slide. Sorry, I could have taken these out. Next slide. Yes, I'll make these notes. Again, that if you are a veteran who is struggling to find something effective, if you are someone who knows or loves veterans, or who knows or loves someone who is not a veteran but is still struggling with suicidality or other things, certainly you may have heard of these. They certainly are very prevalent in the media right now. There is an incredible amount of hype around them. There is an incredible amount of misinformation and disinformation. While they are, I think, incredibly exciting interventions, there are a lot of things that we don't yet know about them. We certainly do know they are not a one-size-fits-all. They are not appropriate and safe for everyone. That the set and setting, as I mentioned, are important. And again, I will say, if if you are exploring these either in the context of a clinical trial, working through one of the groups, that sends veterans outside the country, if you are exploring these on your own, please be safe, please be responsible, do your due diligence, not only for yourself and your safety, but also thinking about, where the medication is coming from, all of these things. Know your support system and really be prepared for the work. Because again, from the point of ethics and safety, we certainly do not want anyone doing things that may make themselves actually feel worse or be at greater risk. Next slide, please. This just is acknowledging all of the folks who have been involved, in this work from various perspectives, as well as our funding. I always like to give a special thanks to the various participants who have engaged in this research. Without people participating in these kinds of studies, we would not be able to further any of this. So thank you to all of the veterans who have participated. Next slide. I will also just note, these are sort of my two primary affiliations. Baylor College of Medicine, my research program is the Emerge Research Program, and then Reason for Hope, which was mentioned briefly as one of the nonprofits. This is a group that I co-founded after serving as a subject matter expert here in Texas for a psilocybin study for veterans that really focuses on ethical, thoughtful policy around psychedelics. I will also note, just to the point of clinical trials and other things, that the West LA VA, which I think is very near for many of you, has a couple of studies now and will have a couple of studies coming. So that may be a spot to look, as well as the San Francisco VA. My email is there at the bottom if there are questions. I am happy to field those. I will note, please forgive me if I'm slow. I have a lot of emails and many competing demands, but I will try to get back to you if there are questions or concerns. I will stop there. And again, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for the opportunity to join you today.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Averill. I feel like I got so much out of what you said, as I'm sure everybody else did on this call. I especially really enjoyed, I'm pretty sure you had the quote, if you don't go where the trouble is, you can't solve the problem. Or something similar to that, I believe. And that's huge. So I'm so glad you're here to give your insight, and we thank you for that.
Yes. Well, thank you so much. I hope the rest of the conference is great.
Of course.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. So up next, we're actually on time with our agenda today, everybody, which is so wonderful. So we have our lunch break, which is going to be until 12:15, so for 30 minutes. So enjoy a lunch break, a little walk or something, get some water, and we'll reconvene in 30 minutes at 12:15. Thank you so much.
Oh, hi, Dino. I see you. I think Derek is here if you want to go ahead and test that it's working on your end.
I'm here too. This is Jana.
Oh, Jenna's here too.
Yeah,
I'm here as well.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
absolutely.
Yes.
Great, great. I didn't realize I was coming right after lunch, but I guess that's good.
That's okay.
No, it's totally fine.
Yeah. Zoom lunch is better than in person, coming after in-person lunch. I feel like Zoom lunch is people catching up on work and trying to eat, and so they'll be happy to have a break, you know?
Very true. Very, very true. How did the morning session go?
Really well.
Really great. Yes.
Yeah.
Nice. Will there be a question and answer session after my presentation?
There certainly can be if we're seeing questions that are being asked. We
Okay.
can read them out loud. Absolutely.
Perfect. All right.
I've also directed the attendees to use that Q&A feature tab.
Perfect.
So maybe after you conclude, you can also just have eyes on some of those questions that came in. And if you just need to address those directly with that person, you can do that as well. Or we can just kind of hold and then just review those questions after your presentation. Either way, works best for us.
All right, great.
I'm just going to go ahead and stop my share for just a second, and then I'll put it back on.
Oh, and someone's reminding us we are live, so I think it's just the only way to test right now. So
Okay.
apologies to people hearing us behind the scenes. Is it set up, Dino, for you to screen share? Do you want to try?
Yes. Let's see.
Then we can go back to the lunch break slides. I figure it's always good to test a little early.
Good idea.
Perfect.
All right.
I was just sending the slides out. I'll be back on in just a second with them on.
All right. Is that visible to you? Is that
Yes.
visible to you?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
I see me.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes. Perfect. Okay.
All right. If you want, I could just keep it up until you're ready to go, or I could stop screen sharing, whatever works.
How about we put the lunch break back on and
Sure.
then as soon as I start talking, you can screen share. Absolutely.
You got it. You got it.
Perfect. Welcome back, everybody. I hope everyone was able to get up and stretch and have a nice little break. We'd like to jump back in now with Dee Dee Hirsch, Mental Health Services. We have Dino Alzadon. And Dino began his military service as a reservist in the U.S. Navy during Operation Desert Storm in 1991. He was called to active duty. That's when he was called to active duty. Sorry about that. Later, he relocated to California to pursue his education at the Art Center College of Design. It was during this time that he faced severe challenges, including 2 hospitalizations due to suicide attempts. And he endured over a decade of living with suicidal thoughts and major depressive disorder. Transitioning from a 20-year career as a product designer, he joined Dee Dee Hirsch, where he had previously volunteered for 4 years as a call volunteer. In 2019, he began working full-time at the Suicide Prevention Center, initially as a crisis chat supervisor, and later advancing to the role of program coordinator for crisis chat and text services. Drawing from his personal experiences, Dino now dedicates himself to assisting others in crisis. Please help me welcome Dino whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Of course.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dino Alzadon, and I'm here today to talk about me. So, who am I? I am a gay man. I am an Asian immigrant. I am a United States Navy Gulf War veteran. I am a suicide survivor, and I live with depression and anxiety. Currently, I work at the Suicide Prevention Center, Dee Dee Hirsch Mental Health Services in Los Angeles as a program coordinator of our 988 crisis chat and text services. Now, where do I begin? Let's start at the beginning. I was born in the Philippines in 1967, where I lived the earliest part of my life, until my parents, younger sisters, and I immigrated to the United States when I was 8 years old. In fact, I think this was my passport picture. We left the Philippines on my birthday and arrived in America, still on my birthday. Thank you, International Dateline. The date was August 23rd, 1975. We moved around a bit until we settled eventually in Maplewood, New Jersey. This is Maplewood Village, the center of town. While Maplewood is about an hour by car or train from New York City, you'd never know it. You seemingly can't get more small-town America than Maplewood. In fact, if you look closely, you can almost see Jimmy Stewart walking the streets from It's a Wonderful Life. I graduated from Columbia High School in Maplewood. Go Cougars! By the way, famous graduates from Columbia High include Zach Braff from Scrubs, Lauryn Hill from the Fugees, Alfred Kinsey, yes, that Alfred Kinsey, Roy Scheider from Jaws, and actors Elizabeth and Andrew Shue. In fact, Andy Shue was my high school classmate. And then there's me. The year was 1985. After graduating, I went to the New Jersey Institute of Technology, where I studied mechanical engineering. It's a pretty school, isn't it? But all was not well. You see, from an early age, I wanted to be a car designer and go to school for it at Art Center College of Design in Pasadena. But like most immigrant parents, they wanted me to be a doctor, a lawyer, or an engineer. No other choices were valid to them. So I agreed to engineering. But I hated my time at NJIT, and I only lasted 1 semester. So then I was a college dropout. My parents weren't happy, and I wasn't happy. If my parents didn't want to pay for my schooling, I had to figure something out. That's when the local Navy enlistment office reached out to me. And they said, They could teach me a skill, an occupation that could earn me good money. Bingo, I said. I saw it as a way to help pay for school. So I signed up as a reservist. I went to boot camp at Great Lakes Recruit Training Command outside of Chicago. By coincidence, Top Gun came out at the same time. So family and friends thought I enlisted from that. Thanks, Tom Cruise. That was May 1986. I graduated boot camp and returned to civilian life in time for going back to school and studying to become an X-ray tech, courtesy of the US Navy. I studied at the University of Medicine and Dentistry of New Jersey. After a 2-year program, I graduated with a GPA of over 4.0 and outstanding academic honors. My parents were happy and dreamt of the possibility of me studying medicine and becoming a doctor. Sorry, Mom and Dad. I got a job as an X-ray tech at St. Mary's Hospital in Orange, New Jersey. The job was easy, the money was easy, life was easy. Then this happened. My reserve unit was called up for active duty for Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm. Now, you'd think in the Navy, as a hospital corpsman with a specialty in radiography, meant I'd be working on one of 2 hospital ships in the Persian Gulf at the time. But you'd be wrong. Think of MASH, but the Navy, not the Army. I was part of Fleet Hospital 15, and we built our 10th hospital in the desert of Saudi Arabia. Our hospital was a series of temperature-controlled tents strung together. Operating rooms and specialized areas like X-ray were room-sized metal boxes that we expanded on site. Much of it was state-of-the-art. We lived in tents that were less than state-of-the-art. No AC, bare concrete floor, dust everywhere. The sound and smell of diesel generators were inescapable everywhere you went on camp. We were the first stop from the battlefield for injured personnel. Thankfully, compared to most wars, Operation Desert Storm had limited casualties. But we had no shortage of the battlefield wounded coming our way via helicopter. Now, one memory I'll never forget happened one night after a 12-hour shift. It was just past midnight. I was exhausted and getting ready for sleep, when suddenly warning sirens started wailing and we were told to don our gas masks. We carried our gas masks everywhere with us all the time in case of an Iraqi chemical attack. Gas mask drills were not uncommon, but this time we were told, this is not a drill. This is not a drill. There was a loud explosion seemingly nearby, overhead, that shook our entire tent, followed by another, a ground explosion, a greater distance away. We all just sat in our bunks, wondering what was happening. Then, just as suddenly, they gave us the all-clear signal. It was terrifying, and no one got much sleep after that. The next morning, we heard from CNN that another Iraqi-fired Scud missile was intercepted by a US Patriot missile. Due to fear of a chemical attack on military personnel nearby, they said, the Patriot did not explode the Scud, which was already too close to its target, but rather was deflected from its trajectory. We guessed that that was the first explosion we heard. The second explosion was the Scud crashing on the ground, harmlessly, away from us. The war eventually ended. I returned to the States and was invited to take a walk, along with 24,000 of my fellow brothers and sisters at arms. But seriously, the ticker tape parade up Broadway in New York City was bittersweet. While Allied casualties numbered less than 100 killed in action, and about 1,000 coalition troops were wounded, there were about 20,000 Iraqi combat deaths and more than 100,000 civilian deaths. Additionally, let's not forget our own history of honoring some returning vets while not supporting others. I went back to my civilian job of being an X-ray tech at St. Mary's. When they wanted to promote me, I thought long and hard. What was supposed to be a short-term job got too comfortable. I'd forgotten about my dreams of becoming a car designer and the reason I was doing all of this. So I turned down the promotion, hunkered down, and re-aimed my sights. Eventually, I packed my bags and headed to Pasadena. Art Center, here I come. The date was May 1993. But I needed a portfolio of work as part of the application process, and I didn't have one. My childhood sketches wouldn't cut it. So I spent the better part of a year and a half brushing up on my skills and trying out different things. I took classes in product design. I studied sculpture. I studied metal casting, lettering, and photography. I'd loved photography so much that I actually had my photo portfolio ready before my industrial design portfolio was ready to be submitted. I seriously considered being a photo major, but in the end, dismissed it. I thought that transportation design was too limiting, so I applied and I got into the product design program instead. Eventually, I even earned a partial scholarship. It was the fall of 1995. Along the way, I started my first gay relationship, and I came out to my parents. Boy, I still remember that phone call. I told my dad, "Dad, I'm gay," and started sobbing on the phone. My dad asked, "Why are you crying?" I told him, "I'm afraid you won't love me anymore." And I'll never forget what he said next. "Of course I still love you. You're my son. Don't ever forget that. I'll always love you." Followed by, "Even if you were an axe murderer, I'd still love you." I was stunned, speechless. What could I say after that? All I kept thinking was, my parents likened being gay to being an axe murderer, and they loved me nonetheless. So one of two ain't bad, right? It took a good 6 months for my words to sink in for them. But true to their word, they accepted me and welcomed my partner. Now, you may be wondering, were you gay when you were in the Navy? And what was it like living and working under Don't Ask, Don't Tell? Truth was, it took me a long time to come to terms with my sexuality. Being born and raised Roman Catholic will do that to you. I never acted on those impulses when I was in the military, so Don't Ask, Don't Tell didn't affect me much, except for feeling like the other. Even the name for it, Don't Ask, Don't Tell, meant you couldn't even speak about it. What a terrible feeling for dedicated service members to be invalidated and isolated like that. I've never thought about it before, but the whole Don't Ask, Don't Tell mess and the negative gay stereotypes being talked about hindered my coming out and coming to terms with who I am. Anyway, let's get back to Art Center. Art Center was far harder than I imagined. I realized that you can drive yourself harder than anyone else can. And that drive to succeed isn't always healthy. At the end of each school trimester, there would be at least one student accident. Power tools and driving don't mix well with exhaustion and no sleep for days. I would often reach and exceed my limits physically, mentally, emotionally. And for me, my experiences at Art Center was far worse than being in a war zone. Why? At least in war, you could rely on your buddies for support. In school, it's every man for himself, and competition was everywhere. In 1997, my relationship ended. My grandmother died, and I wasn't doing well in school. I thought, what alternatives did I have? I was in the school I'd been dreaming about my entire life, studying what I wanted to study, but I wasn't cutting it. That's when my inner demons got the best of me. I attempted suicide in November 1997. I can't express to you the mix of emotions that I felt when I woke up, having survived the attempt. I was disoriented. I was angry. Now what? I thought to myself. I hadn't made any plans for what's to come next after I tried to take my life. I reached out to a few close friends and asked them to stay with me. Eventually, I got connected to the therapist I had been seeing and told her what I had done. But evidently, she wasn't equipped to help me. I saw another therapist and got help. I spent a week in Las Encinas Psychiatric Hospital in Pasadena. I was in so much denial about the seriousness of my actions. I remember asking my doctor if I could be released so I could attend a holiday party so people wouldn't know what had happened to me. I was more concerned with appearances than my actual health. I started seeing my new therapist regularly, and my doctor had me taking antidepressants, starting with Prozac, then Zoloft, followed by Surzone, Trazodone, Wellbutrin, and Remeron. I can't remember what I ate last week, but I remember my meds from 25 years ago. After dropping the rest of the term at Art Center due to illness, I returned. I was deathly afraid what people would think, what people would say. So I told no one else. That led to further isolation. I squeaked by for another year, kicking the can down the road. Then, in the fall of 1998, I bought a 9mm handgun to do it right this time. Having the gun gave me a sense of relief. There, in my hands, was a way to end the psychic pain I was experiencing. There, in my hands, was a way to exert some control over a life that felt out of my control. I felt at peace with the gun in my hands. It never proved to be, if it ever proved to be too much to bear again, in my hands was my permanent solution. I remember I would go home from school and practice putting the gun in my mouth, then pulling the trigger. I learned to like the taste of the gun barrel. Amidst the darkness, this light entered my life. While doing my Art Center homework late one night, I heard what sounded like cats fighting outside my apartment door. I just ignored it until around 2 or 3 a.m. when I was done and ready for bed. So I went outside to shoo the cats away so that I could sleep in peace. But instead of a couple cats fighting, I found just one kitten wailing. She walked into my apartment like she owned it. Oh, she was this tiny little thing, dirty, frail, and heartbreakingly thin. I gave her some canned tuna and water, then sent her on her way. Not surprisingly, she didn't want to leave. I couldn't let her stay, not with how she looked. So I bathed her and went to bed. She put her arm around me and we cuddled, purring with a belly full of tuna. That night, I dreamt of the opening of the show Bewitched. A cat rubs along the leg of a man, and in a flash, the cat transforms into a beautiful woman in his arms. The name of the character was Samantha Stevens. How could I name her anything else? No one ever claimed Sam, so she became my roommate and constant companion. And something started to happen. Instead of rushing home to practice with the gun, I looked forward to spending time with Sam. At a time when I felt my life was not worth living, I found a reason and a purpose with her. I told my therapist about the gun, about what I'd planned, and I was hospitalized again. This time, I told my parents what happened and what had happened. I graduated from Art Center in 1999. While I didn't attempt suicide again, I wasn't thriving. From 97 to 2007, I lived with major depression and mental illness. After graduating school, I lived with various friends and family. I was underemployed when I could work. The rest of the time, I was unemployed and unemployable. Life remained at a standstill. There were some days when the most I could do was just sit up in bed. It was a miserable existence. I remember the dark, bottomless, and gaping maw of depression staring me in the face every day, and all I could do was look at it. I dreamt what it would feel like to just fall in and surrender to it. It was during this period that I was diagnosed with PTSD. Not as much from my time in the military as it was from my childhood, when I was physically abused by my father. I harbored a lot of anger and resentment in my life, and it all started to make sense. There was no denying or going around it. The only way to go was through it. Eventually, I confronted my abusive childhood. I worked through it and slowly began to move forward again. The depression diminished in 2007. I was able to get and keep full-time work. First, with a Chinese kitchenwares and housewares company. Then, a headhunter found me and I started at Chrome Hearts, a high-end exclusive lifestyle brand. I designed products and jewelry for them as their first digital product designer. If you think of biker and goth design sensibilities, you're not far off, but always done to the highest degree in their shop in Hollywood. Chrome Hearts is so exclusive, they don't advertise. If you don't know about them, they don't care to tell you. Their flagship store on Robertson in West Hollywood isn't even marked. Their clientele are the ultra-rich and those in the entertainment industry. Their aesthetic and style is a complete 180 degrees from my own. But I'm guessing that worked to my advantage. So when I was asked to come up with a new ring or bracelet, for example, I didn't inject my personal style or bias into it. During my tenure there, I stopped taking psychotropic medication and I joined a gay men's therapy group. I wanted to give back to the community, so I started volunteering. First, with the Greater West Hollywood Food Coalition in 2010. And then on August 2014, Robin Williams died by suicide. His death affected me profoundly. I thought I had let them go, but the memories of staring into dark abyss without hope all came flooding back. I imagined the pain and torment he endured in the days, months, or even years before he took his life. It hit home, and that's when I decided I wanted to do more. I had to do more. That's when I first found out about the Suicide Prevention Center in D.D. Hirsch and how they train counselors to take calls on the National Suicide Lifeline. But I wasn't sure. Could I do this? I pushed through and applied, then completed the volunteer training program. Training wasn't easy. I felt triggered many times. But talking about it in a safe space with others helped. Knowing there were others just like me that wanted to help was comforting. Realizing that help really was available was reassuring. I had never known about D.D. Hirsch nor about the crisis line before, and I wondered, what effect could they have had on me and what I had gone through? But that was the past. Here now, I could make a difference and help others like myself. I started on the lines in the spring of 2015. Back in March 1st, 2016, Samantha crossed the Rainbow Bridge. With tears in my eyes and a heavy heart, I said goodbye to my beloved girl. What a wonderful journey we've had together. For almost 18 years, we'd been inseparable. She had accompanied me through many moves, including 2 across the country, numerous plane trips and car rides, and too many relationships to mention. Friends and family would often tell me how lucky she was that I rescued her. But the truth is, she saved me. We saved each other. When I rose as high as I could within Chrome Hearts, I looked for new challenges. I asked myself, what brought me joy? What did I look forward to? Again and again and again, I kept coming back to my work as a counselor for the Suicide Prevention Center. New counselors are asked to sign an agreement to volunteer for a year. Some don't even make it to 6 months. Me? It never occurred to me to stop. By day, I was a mild-mannered product designer. By night, I was a crisis counselor. And I kept coming back and volunteered for 4 years. But could I work for a nonprofit as my only job? Could I afford to work for a nonprofit? What was I getting myself into? I knew it meant a dramatic and drastic lifestyle change. My pay was a fraction of what I made at Chrome Hearts. So I enlisted the help of a life coach to help with the transition. Thankfully, working at Chrome Hearts had been lucrative and my financial situation could handle it. Looking back, I know it sounds small and petty, but this was honestly a major stumbling block for me. My life coach helped me to see that there was more to work than financial compensation. She helped me to see what I had been craving, to know and feel I was making a difference and giving back to my community, to take all the darkness and pain I had endured and use it to shine a light and foster hope. How do you put a price on that? I realized that as a counselor, I could help 1 or 2 at a time. But as a supervisor, guiding, mentoring, and supporting counselors, I could magnify my efforts to help more people. So I left Chrome Hearts and started as one of the first chat supervisors with D.D. Hirsch's newly established chat program back in February 2019. Then You know what came next. SARS-CoV-19 hit. The pandemic was hard on everyone, but our work didn't stop at SPC. We quickly transitioned to an all-remote work model, and many more help seekers flooded our crisis line. SPC staff members continued to help others, often discussing issues and concerns we ourselves were experiencing. The stress took its toll on me, and back in early 2022, I took time off from work to refocus and work on myself. I started therapy and taking medication again. But there was a light at the end of the tunnel. We learned new ways to connect and socialize, and slowly we turned a corner to our new reality. During the pandemic, my partner and I made a home for ourselves and our two very demanding cats in Palm Springs. That's Pop-Tart in front and Lollipop behind her. Then I married Stephen, my partner of 7 years, back in September 2022. From the start, one of the things that bonded us together was that he himself was a former crisis counselor in Portland before we ever met. Then, after returning home from our honeymoon, in fact, the very first message I had waiting on my phone was from my boss saying that I was promoted to my now current position of chat program coordinator. So, after all this, what have I learned? Well, let me tell you. I learned many in crisis seek empowerment. Having that gun was a good example. The gun gave me control of a situation that I found was uncontrollable. Of course, we don't recommend people get a gun. On the crisis line, we work with you to empower you. We commend you for reaching out. The very act of which is one way you're taking care of yourself and taking back control. I learned that many in crisis are seeking an alternative or a way out from their present circumstances, and not necessarily the way out being to kill oneself. Although we often have thoughts of doing so, like I did. It's usually because we can't conceive of another way out of the situation we're in. We just want the pain to stop. On the crisis line, we work together with you to explore what those alternatives could be. I learned that many in crisis are alone and in need of that ever vital human connection. Social supports are one of the biggest buffers to suicide. But sadly, not everyone has that. Do you know what the one thing that everyone that reaches out to us all have in common? They're all seeking a human connection. And we provide that for you. Even on the rare occasion when we're challenged in providing you that connection, we apologize and acknowledge that while we want to help, we may not be the best equipped to do so. And we encourage you to reach out again to another counselor, hopefully one that is better suited for you. We're not perfect. And rather than hide it, we embrace it. It is our humanity on the crisis line that is our greatest asset. While they themselves may not cause or trigger suicidal ideation, feelings of being less than, unworthy, unaccepted, or uncared for are contributing factors, and often get in the way of seeking that help. After all, if you are unworthy, how can you deserve to get help? On the crisis line, we respect and validate everyone that reaches out. We know how hard it can be just to make that phone call or text to us. It may be one of hundreds of chats or calls we take a day, but we know that to you, it may be the most important chat or call you'll make for life. We don't take it lightly, and we never forget it. We send mixed messages to those of us suffering from mental illness. It's important that we don't punish those that do the right thing and seek help. Like when I was in school, And due to my taking too many terms off for medical reasons, I lost my scholarship. Why? I've talked and chatted with help seekers that are deathly afraid to speak with a therapist because then they'd have to disclose that on a job application. Why? Law enforcement personnel, lawyers. Even now, after the strides we've made, some military personnel are afraid they won't advance if it gets out they sought help for a mental illness. Don't we want to hire and promote exactly those that have worked hard to better themselves and are the best equipped mentally? On the crisis line, we connect with you without judgment, without bias, no matter who you are. Everyone deserves to get help. You are deserving of help. I learned that thoughts of suicide often come in waves. Did you notice my background throughout this presentation? Like we have our ups and downs in our lives, thoughts of suicide often act the same way. The trick is knowing this and finding ways to ride out the wave in order to emerge on the other side without harm. On the crisis line, we frequently see this, often just by the act of calling or chatting with us. By the time we finish, the wave has passed and you can stay safe again. Or we help you to make plans, things you can do to pass the time and focus your thoughts elsewhere. We also offer follow-up calls to everyone that expresses having thoughts of suicide within the last 24 hours. Just having someone that cares and will check in on you can be something to focus on and look forward to. I learned that anything can be a buffer to suicide. The key is finding what that is in our time of distress. For me, Samantha was that buffer. I focused on her. And at a time when I couldn't find a reason to live for myself, she became my reason to live. While listening and collaborating with you on a chat or call, we look for that buffer. But we don't find it for you. We help you to identify it because only you really know what that is for you. And it can be anything, but usually it's some sort of connection, human or otherwise. And finally, I learned that you don't have to be a trained professional to help. If you see someone having a difficult time, ask how they're doing. And don't accept the usual throwaway answer, but dig deeper instead. Listen without judgment. Don't try to fix them or fix their problems. Don't give platitudes or false hope. Just listen and validate their experience. These are all things that we all can do. If there's one thing I hope you will take with you from this presentation, is that you can make a difference. Speak out that mental health care is healthcare. We all have a role to play in erasing the stigma on mental health. It's all in our best interest to help each other. You never know when the roles will be reversed. Ask me how I know. And I ask you to help me spread the word that help is available. If you or someone you know is having an emotional or suicidal crisis, call or text 988. Not everyone can be a counselor on the crisis line, but everyone can speak up and speak out. You can be the one to make a difference. My name is Dino Alzadon, and this is my story. Thank you for listening. I'll leave my email address up for anyone that wants to reach me. Meanwhile, if we have time, I'd like to open the floor to any questions. Please write your comments or questions in the chat, and I'll do my best to respond to them. If I don't get to your question, reach out to me in email, and I'd be happy to reply.
Oh, wow, Dino, that was quite the story. You had me in chills. I some tears too the whole time. So thank you also for being so incredibly brave and sharing your story with us. And I was kind of going with you with the screen. I was like, oh, this is on purpose. I get it. Like, wow, I was really powerful. So thank you very much for being here. I'm going to go back and share my screen here. I want to make sure we're at the right place, and then we will go on. If you guys can give me just a second here. There we go. Except we're going to move past this lunch break. One. Oh, sorry about that. Let me get to, there we go. Okay, so the next segment of the day is we have our creative well-being moment, and we have Elizabeth Nails, Cameron Siebold, and Jason Heath with us today, and they are going to talk about a little bit about what they're going to do. So whenever you guys are ready.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if they're on yet. We're actually a little early. I think
Oh,
I
yeah.
think there's time for Dino to have questions, if anyone has questions.
Oh,
in the Q&A.
absolutely. Let's see. Derek, do you know, has there been any questions come up?
I'm not seeing any directly for Dina in the Q&A, just a lot of, thank yous, of course, and, an appreciation for, your time and your story today. But, I would maybe encourage you maybe just to place eyes on that Q&A, just to provide feedback to some of those folks who really took something away from your presentation. And then you could be able to type and answer them directly, just as a personal way to communicate with them as well. So. Again, just a lot of thank yous, and I just echo what Jana said. Really inspiring story, and thank you for sharing that with the group today.
Yeah, my pleasure. It's been an honor to be here and share my story. Thank you, Tracy Andrews. Natalia, thank you so much. It really is an honor to be here. Thank you, Juan Garcia. Christina, thank you. Franklin, you're very welcome. Leroy, wow, small world. Yeah, St. Mary's, go. I know it changed into a nursing home after, but yeah, for a time there. That's where I worked. Mary, oh, thank you so much. I appreciate the kind words. Laura, yes, we all have that ability. We can't all be crisis counselors, but we all have the ability to make a difference in the lives of others, erasing the stigma and sharing that mental health care is healthcare and that help is available. Please spread the word to everyone. I really could have used that back in my time.
Dino, while we're waiting to see, we're a little early on time, I know. Can you maybe talk about a little bit how did you find D.D. Hirsch, and how did you find them as maybe a place you wanted to go more, after the world you're already living in? How did you find them again and get back with them?
Yeah, so at the time, I was already volunteering at the Greater West Hollywood Food Coalition, and I was already looking to do more. I wanted to volunteer more. And that's when Robin Williams died. And it reminded me of my own suicide attempts, my own living with depression and those dark times. So that kind of focused my attention to what if I could help those that are having the same thoughts, the same experiences. I Googled suicide prevention, and sure enough, there was D.D. Hirsch, along with the suicide lifeline, right? I reached out to D.D. Hirsch, and I could still remember having sweaty palms while I was emailing the person in charge of training then, because I'm thinking, can I really do this? Is this something that I can actually do? Because what if I get so triggered that I end up breaking down during a call or a chat or something like that? But I thought, I'm going to trust them. If they think I have what it takes, if I can cut it, if they don't kick me out from training because I'm just not good enough, maybe I can do this after all. And yeah, I stuck it out through training. And believe me, there were times in training when it brought me to tears. It was really painful, but sticking with it I'm glad I'm here. I'm glad I can share my story, and I'm glad I can help others.
I'm really glad that you are glad, and I'm obviously glad that you're here, but I'm glad that you feel that way. And I'm sure it wasn't easy to get there. And that's really inspiring. And I hope I'm sure someone else is having the same thoughts I'm having of just wow. It's very impressive. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Um,
Touch.
well, if we don't have any questions and we are running a little bit early, we want to make sure that we have Elizabeth, Cameron, and Jason on. Why don't we take their schedule to come on? Let's see, I believe at 1:15. So why don't we take a 15-minute break and we'll start right back up at 1:15.
Also, thank you, everyone. I just wanted to clarify while we wait. I do see a couple of first names only in our general attendees tab. So if you are expected to be a panelist and you happen to be in the general attendee group, please just send me a little message through the host and panelist tab on the chat feature. That way I can move you over to our panelist side of the house and also make you a co-host for the meeting. So I just wanted to clarify that if any of these names on here are some of the first names only on our general attendees. But other than that, we'll just kind of sit tight and I'll pass it back to Jana whenever she's ready. Thank you. I do see Jason has joined us as a co-host and panelist as well. So Jenna, perhaps we can kind of start heading in that direction if we're ready. Hey, Jenna, would you like to get started with a creative well-being moment with Jason and the rest of his team? Okay, copy that. I understand we are on a scheduled break until 1:15. I missed that message, apologize. So welcome back at 1:15, Jason. Thanks for hanging tight, and then we'll pick right back up at 1:15. Thank you all again.
All right, welcome back. Hopefully everybody was able to go on their feet a little bit, maybe get a drink of water. I hear that we have Jason Heath ready to go, so I'm going to give the floor to you, sir, and let you take over.
Hey, how you doing?
Great.
Oh, Jen, I was going to do a quick introduction if that's okay.
Oh, go right ahead. Sorry, you have the floor. I'm so sorry. That's right.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt as well. Let me see if I can put my camera. Oh, I can't put my camera on, so I will just talk. That's fine. Actually Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, let's see if we can make you if you're a co-host, you should be able to. If that helps. Oh, there you go. Great.
Okay. So I am actually not Elizabeth Nails, but I am honored to speak on behalf of Elizabeth Nails, who's a friend and colleague from the Department of Arts and Culture. And as I actually talked about before, but now I'm going to use Elizabeth's words, the LA Suicide Prevention Network is thrilled to partner with the Los Angeles County Department of Arts and Culture. Artists and art-based approaches are included in today's summit to offer grounding, inspiration, and healing-informed strategies to integrate into your important work. It's really exciting to see LASPN embrace a holistic approach to understanding and uplifting silo-breaking suicide prevention efforts, transforming systems, centering people with lived experience, and celebrating the tremendous role arts and culture play in nurturing well-being. You're about to experience a moment of creative well-being, an approach that integrates arts and mental health promotion strategies and is co-developed by the Los Angeles County Department of Arts and Culture, Department of Mental Health, Office of Child Protection, and the Arts for Healing and Justice Network. For more information, we'll have Derek put a link in the chat. And now it is my sheer pleasure to introduce Jason Heath, a remarkably talented singer-songwriter from Jail Guitar Doors, a member organization of the Arts for Healing and Justice Network. Hello, Jason, and thank you so much for being here. It's our honor to host you today or have you be here.
Hello, can you hear me now?
We can hear you. You're good.
Right, fantastic. Thank you, Cheryl, so much. I appreciate the kind words. But we at Jail Guitar Doors are also very involved in suicide prevention, and we just received a grant for our suicide prevention program, which will be kicking off November 18th at our CAPO Center, which is a day with Minority Psychology Network, which will be a day of trauma-informed healing and expression. Well, we'll be performing at the end of the day with artist showcases. But I wanted to show you guys a little bit about how songwriting can help your mental state and share with you a song that I wrote probably about 18 years ago. I was going through the process of getting sober, and it was for the first time in my life I was actually beginning to write songs without the use of chemicals, and I had not been sober very long, and I was kind of wondering what would I say to this new self of myself if I could speak directly to me. How would I encourage myself to keep going in the direction that I was going? And the song was sort of taking shape. And then my dear friend and bandmate, Jason Federici's father, was passing away from cancer, and he had to go to the East Coast and sit by his side and literally hold his hand as he passed. So when I began to think of the song in that light too. What would you sing to someone who was passing and leaving, someone that you held close? So there was a sort of dual message in this song, and it was about facing a wilderness of darkness and despair, and the hope that can be found there, and coming out on the other side. And I'm going to play the song for you, then I'll speak a little bit more. But the song is called A Fighter's Lullaby. Inside the water still, no See on the hill. What you hear, it's a distant thunder sound. Just come to rest up on higher ground. You'll be right. Sail be like be still. You know that you've been here before. Just keep your eyes fixed up on the blood above your door. Feel that noise for truth. Right in the place where you laid, just close your eyes. Oh, feel right. Please, and say, tell me like be still.
Hey, Jason, we're having a really hard time hearing you. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but we're having it was just silent for a little bit. Maybe if you could get a little closer to the mic. It was sounding so great. Thanks.
Bye. Can you hear it?
Yes, when you're that close, I absolutely can.
And
Thank
say, tell me like be still. Apologize for the sonic difficulties. If you guys were not able to hear that song, I really do apologize. I'm not quite sure what happened. But anyway, continuing on with what the song, the song meant to me and to Jason Federici, who we were writing it together, was when we're faced with the darkest moments in our life, if we can find a way to tell our story and we can find a way to connect with another person, we realize that we're not alone in those feelings, and it becomes survivable. And not only does it become survivable, that in hindsight, it becomes a celebration of life. It becomes what makes us stronger. And I'm happy to report that 18 years later, I am still sober, and so is Jason Federici. And we continue to play songs and make records. We'll be working on a record this evening, traveling around the country and playing these songs. And most importantly, we both work at Joe Guitar Doors and for the Capo Center, where we can bring healing and creative well-being and songwriting to incarcerated youth on a daily basis. And not only are we doing that on the outside, we're giving them jobs. When they get out, they come to our Capo Center, and our lead engineer is a formerly incarcerated young man from Nydorf. We have 4 young men that we met on the inside that are graduates of our program that are now going back in to Los Padrinos, Camp Kilpatrick, and Barry J. Nydorf to teach. And the testimony that they're bringing of their healing and their journey back to the youth that are there is really something to behold and incredibly powerful. And it's been a long road for us to get to this point in our vision, but we're here now, and we're seeing lives being transformed and healed on a daily basis.
Great. Well, thank you so much for being here, Jason. We really appreciate you. And I think we were able to hear most of the songs. So thank you for sharing that with us, and your story as well.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to go ahead. I was taking the share screen off so we could see more of you instead of just a small picture. So I am going to share the screen again so we can go to our next presenter. Here we go. Okay. I'm very excited about our next presenter. I want to tell you a little bit about him. Juan Garcia enlisted in the U.S. Army at 19 in 1999, serving for 12 years with honor. He embarked on his first deployment in response to the 9/11 attack on the Pentagon, earning his initial Operation Noble Eagle mission recognition from the president. Mr. Garcia's commendations include a Combat Action Badge and Army Commendation Medal for valor in combat firefights against insurgents. Following his military service, Mr. Garcia pursued higher education, achieving a master's degree from the University of Southern California, and found his calling in military social work. He began his journey as lead case manager in U.S. Vets Outside the Wire program. Today, he serves as the U.S. Vets Veteran Peer Outreach Program Coordinator, or VPOP, which focuses on aiding underserved communities in Orange County, including senior adult veterans, Asian Pacific Islander, Latino, African American, and LGBTQ populations, veteran families, and children. As a 100% service-connected disabled combat veteran, Mr. Garcia emphasizes with the reintegration challenges and mental health issues veterans encounter while striving to rediscover their purpose. Would you please give me a warm welcome in letting Mr. Garcia come talk with us whenever you're ready, sir?
I'm completely ready. Actually, we're done. You just did everything for me.
Oh, oh gosh. You're kind of echoing a little bit. Is there something? Let's see what's happening.
Let me see. Is there an echo?
There's still an echo, yes.
I wonder if I get rid of that. Let's see.
Do you have one volume control that you can turn all the way down? Wonder if you have 2 volumes on.
Is that better?
Yes, that's perfect. That's great.
Oh, okay. I changed the option on here. Okay. So hopefully this is a lot better. Okay. Everything's square. You can see me. Yeah. Everything's going on. All I need is the PowerPoint slide, and then we can go ahead and jump in.
All right.
Look at that. Okay. So today what I'm going to be talking about is going to be mental health outreach and means restriction. But let's go ahead and go to the next slide so we can talk about the agenda. What we're going to be talking about is going to be a little bit about myself, and then we're going to talk about U.S. Vets VPOP, which is the Veteran Peer Outreach Program, followed by the mental health outreach means restriction. Next slide. We'll then lead into some resources, how to contact us directly, and then I will answer whatever questions you'd like. Let's jump into the next slide, please.
So this is an about me section. And this is an important section because in order for you to really understand who I am and why I love what I do, you have to really get a full grasp of my biopsychosocial and where I come from and how I got to where I'm at today. So let's jump into the next slide. So I'm always very proud to have this slide up. Reason being because that although she may look like my mother, that is actually my aunt and my uncle. She's the one who raised me and taught me everything about becoming a independent human being and just basically how to navigate through life. So this was a very proud moment to be able to have a photo with my mother, as I'm going to call her, giving her my master's degree from University of Southern California. So I am the program coordinator from US Vets. My name is Juan Alfonso Garcia. I am an initial invasion combat veteran, 82nd Airborne Division, 18th Military Police Combat Support. I am a retired Army paratrooper. I have my degree from the University of Southern California and a master's of social work, as well as a few other degrees like in criminal justice, business management, and psychology. I specialize in clinical therapy, and I am a military social worker. I started my internship at US Vets, which then led me into a permanent position working as a case manager, and I worked my way on up to the case manager field. And then I got an amazing promotion January 1st as a program coordinator for the Veteran Peer Outreach Program. If we can jump into the next slide. So this is really, really nice right here. So this is my past. And I think a lot of the times, many people don't really embrace their past. And I have always kept my past to myself. And I kind of outline this for you so you can be able to look through it and jump ahead. And maybe some things are going to just pop out. But these are key points in my life that just really played a huge impact on just who I am and how I just basically built this shell of resilience in my life. So I am a first generation Mexican American. I do come from the Rio Grande Valley, which is a very low social economic place. We're a border town, and about 90% of what happens in our border town is either cartel funded, or that's where we're going to end up basically with the rest of our life. Is basically, if you don't graduate from school, or even if you graduate from school, you are going to be involved in the cartel some way, manner, or form. And for us, I was a migrant worker. I was a migrant student. I would go up north, work in the fields, and then I'd come back, and I would do that during summer. So while everybody else left to the beach and while other people were having pool parties and hanging out, we would get in the back of one of my family members' trucks and we'd go up north and we'd go up there to pick a strawberry the entire summer. And then we'd come back and a little bit late for class, and I'd always just, jump in there, and I just really didn't understand, but I was proud of what I was doing. I then basically got my first job, in which I thought I was gonna hold it forever, and that was being a cook at Whataburger. And I was already, like about 18, 19 years old, somewhere around there. And I remember my manager told me, and she looked back at me and she said, you're never gonna amount to anything. This is what you're gonna do for the rest of your life. You're gonna be stuck back there, and that's all you're ever gonna do. You're not even gonna be a manager. You're basically just gonna cook. So get used to it, because that's what we do down here in the Rio Grande Valley. And I told myself, oh, whoo, it gives me shakes right now, because I honestly, I believe that. I really, really thought that was it, because I wasn't smart in school. I acted out because I wanted to get attention. I was always doing things that basically just were not the right decisions. And so then I decided I have to join the military. I joined the military. I joined as a reservist. And when I got back from my reserve time and training, I was like, I can't be back at home. I just basically took a huge step forward and then just took a huge step back. And so I went active duty. And as soon as I arrived to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, I was then sent to the Pentagon in response to September 11th. And that was to do Operation Noble Eagle, which was then the Pentagon Force Protection. I received the Presidential Award, which is the ONE Award. And there right after, 8 deployments, 100 combat missions, and over 2,000 plus days in combat, I just basically found where I wanted to be and what I wanted to do. By 2003, I had already gotten another divorce, my first divorce, because I was already on my 4th deployment. By about 2007, that's when we went ahead and called it quits. I then started to really have a lot of issues mentally, I just couldn't find a good balance in my life. I didn't know what was going on. I basically, all I knew was combat. That's all like I knew at that point. And I had seen a lot of my friends pass away. I had already been in a lot of firefights, so I was having this huge just issues in my brain about life and death, and why was I still here, feeling so much shame for so many things that I had done and gone through. That's when the suicidal idealizations and the attempts really started to come in play, and it was because I just wanted to really end the pain. I saw that it was like the easiest way out for me, especially when I had a supportive system that my family was like, we don't want nothing to do with you because you're over there fighting in the war. And then I had my significant other, which like, I don't want to be with you. So every single time I deployed, she would just disassociate herself from me. I was literally that soldier that was in Iraq and Afghanistan, and my spouse had somebody else living in our home. Exhausted my entire reenlistment bonus. My entire taxes were completely gone, depleted all of that. So to me, it was like, you know what? I'm done. I'm done. I attempted suicide 3 different times. I had suicidal idealization by this time over 100 times. I think every single morning and night that I woke up, I just wanted to just end my life one way or another. I did receive an honorable discharge. And soon after I received my honorable discharge, I literally, within less than, I think, 30 days, I was accepted to work with the Department of Defense and Department of Homeland Security. I basically went right straight back to Iraq and Afghanistan. I was living in Kuwait City. I was spending most of my time in Dubai. I didn't want to come back to the States. I felt comfortable, actually, believe it or not, being in combat, being around other people that were at high vigilance. I just felt safe with other veterans. Then I got out of the military and I was homeless in Los Angeles in 2011. I had no access to mental health services, early intervention programs. I literally navigated my life with a 0% service connection for about 8 years. After, of course, going through a horrible divorce, losing my house, mental health issues, suicidal idealization. It was just me against the world. Then I received a 10% service connection, and that's when education benefits kicked in, and that's when I got on the ball. I was like, okay, I'll go back to school. I'll try this out. Keep in mind that in truth, I had pretty much gone like 23 something years without being in school. I don't know, it was like pretty long. And so after, of course, a while, I actually got my medical retirement in 2015. I became 100% service connection, permanent and total. I remarried in 2018. I then went through my master's degree during the pandemic at 41 years old, sitting in a class, literally there with all these other teens and people that could really, or 21-year-olds that were just consuming all the information. And I'm like, what is going on? Then the pandemic happens. And they say, hey, unfortunately, you can't be in class anymore. You have to do everything virtual, and you have to turn in 14-page reports, thesis studies, this and that. And I'm like, oh my gosh, okay, what's going on? I don't think I can do this, but I stuck it out. I really did. And I got my master's degree during the pandemic. We were the first in history to graduate from that football field. And then after that, soon things fell into place. If I was able to get through all those things, I was able to navigate life. I was able to adopt 2 children, 2 siblings. Alina, which is my daughter, she's 4 years old, and my son Jackson, who's 15 years old. And I am actually, believe it or not, their uncles. It's the same exact situation. My aunt and my uncle actually raised me, so it was just weird how life played out. Both of my children were born with substances in their system, and I had to help them really, just find their life and advocate, and I incorporate them with all of the things that I do, all the community outreach, the education, art workshops, et cetera, and they're able to see what I'm doing for the community, and they really look up to that, and they really love that. Now at this point, I am now the Orange County Veterans and Military Family Collaborative Mental Health and Wellness Chair. I'm also the Community Suicide Prevention on the Suicide Prevention Committee, the Fullerton College Advisory Board, Older Adult Senior Veteran Committee, the Older Adult Mental Health Committee, and then the Irvine City Veteran Advocacy Committee, and also I'm part of the Orange County Resource Committee. Those committees that I'm on are all volunteer committees, aside from being retired, being a dad, being a husband, and already doing what I do with the Veteran Peer Outreach Program with our fellow veterans. So there you go. That's my life in a PowerPoint at the end of the day. So with that being said, if we can go on to the next slide. I really want to read this. Your life is like a play with several acts. Some of the characters who enter have short roles to play, others much longer, but all are necessary. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in this play. Embrace them all and move on to the next act. Wayne Dyer. I read that, believe it or not, last night, because I made all this last night, this entire PowerPoint with, of course, the help of my executive director with the means restriction component. But all this, I made it last night and it came straight up from my heart. All the topics, all the key points that you're seeing, I thought that they would really play into role into who I am and what our main focus is here at the Veteran Peer Outreach Program, especially at US Vets. Next slide, please. Let's see where we're at. Okay, slide number 2. Let's talk about the US Vets overview. Next slide, please. So, as you already heard, US Vets is the largest nonprofit veterans provider in the nation. Next slide. We are an early intervention and prevention program. Within our own organization, we have housing, employment service, counseling services, which of course you've heard about the Outside the Wire program, which is one of my babies. I love the Outside the Wire program. I was working over there at 8 college campuses, working with initial and veterans that just got out of the military, and first thing that they did was they go to community colleges. I was interacting with them because I was that veteran. I am that veteran. I've always been that veteran. And so US Vets really hones in on working with veterans from the veterans perspective. Next slide. So the Veteran Peer Outreach Program, US Vets VPOP is funded by the Orange County Healthcare Agency. I got to give that plug because I love OCHCA. Now, the program that I'm currently overseeing or working with is going to be the Mental Health and Wellness Program. Now, it's designed to provide resource navigation, supportive services, meanwhile, really reducing the negative stigma that overshadows accessing mental health, wellness within our keyword here, underserved, unserved, diverse communities, which is our veterans that are either LGBTQ, Latinos like myself, older senior adult veterans, and of course, the African-American population. Because a lot of the times, we have our own challenges within our own cultures that we don't want to access mental health. Ay, mijo, échate un rezo, do a little prayer, eat yourself some sopita, and then you're good to go, and everything will be fine in your life. And in truth, that's not the way it really works. You need to really sit down, ground yourself, and that's what we're about. We're about really connecting with veterans on a humanistic approach, but honestly on a realistic level. Next slide. So now let's talk about the mental outreach, because you know what? When you put mental health and you put outreach into a sentence or into just any type of thing, people will disassociate, disconnect, go ahead and turn around and walk away. They don't want to listen to it. They see mental health anywhere and they're like, there's nothing wrong with me, I'm good to go. But then you hear outreach and you're like, okay, so how do you implement both of them? Because most people don't want to attend anything that has to do with mental health outreach. It's like a taboo and it's a sore subject. Let's jump into the next slide. And hopefully, maybe looking at this PowerPoint and listening to me, you're going to get a little bit of information to how maybe you can tailor your program and kind of take a step back and really look at it from a larger lens. And that lens is basically like our team is very, very specific. Thank you to not only our executive director, but Steve Peck, as well as Dana Grethen, our director of behavioral health. They allowed me the flexibility to really choose a team that I thought would resonate with the community. If you noticed, when I did my introduction, there was a lot of things there that more than likely would have never set me up to grow into this position that I'm at, to work with the people that I work with, and of course, to, really make a change in our community. But it's those challenges, those obstacles, all those things that honestly play a key role in really connecting with the community. So as myself, as a veteran peer coordinator, I also have a veteran peer outreach specialist, which Art Alvarez is like this guy. I don't know what he's a Marine veteran. He can spot a veteran anywhere and everywhere, and he has no problem going up to them and walking up to them and just carrying a conversation that's just so welcoming. And that's what I love about him. If I say, hey, brother, I need you to go somewhere, okay, I got it, I'll go. He'll get all of his stuff. He'll go down there. And then that's his thing, is to connect and really identify out in the community. Then we have our veteran peer specialist, which is Brian Powell. He's a Marine Purple Heart veteran as well. And his main thing is the mental health and wellness. He also has a master's degree as well as myself. And his main thing is to train the community and teach the community how to be veteran cultural competent. And this is for veteran organizations and non-veteran organizations, but everybody, family members, children, and anybody who wants to support or has ever encountered a veteran or will encounter a veteran at one point or another. And then we have, of course, our veteran specialist, which is going to be Randall. Very soft-spoken, Navy veteran, very calm, carries himself very well, but he's able to sit down and build that initial rapport with our veterans. When they come down into his office, it's his job to really identify those trigger words or those keywords, as I would say. Hey, I haven't had a warm meal for a long time. Boom. Food insecurity. He needs a food bank. We need to go ahead and get him some resources for food. And the truth of the matter is, I don't know if you're going to be able to contact me tomorrow because I don't have enough money to cover for my cell phone bill. Financial assistance. Okay, let's go ahead and get this bill covered. Is that bill in your name? Let's go ahead and get these things taken care of. So by the time that veteran leaves that office, we've already taken care of a few of his challenges and he feels like he's supported. And then it's Randall's job to go ahead and do a follow-up the next day and then push it out a few more days further. That's how we function and we work. We work from a realistic component. So what we do is we plan and coordinate and we host small events, large events, community outreach activities, volunteer opportunities, peer support sessions, education workshops, be that in person and virtual. And we also are really, really effective and always on social media because that's one of the platforms that everybody utilizes. I bet you plenty of you right now are listening to my presentation, but you're probably scrolling Instagram at the same time because it's just the way things are. Social media is very intriguing for many of us. Next slide. So our mission, early intervention and prevention. Our main thing is to advocate, educate, and provide awareness for the community, advocate on behalf of the veteran, educate the community and the family members on suicide prevention, mental health awareness, and of course their resources. Dissolve the negative stigma that overshadows talking about suicide prevention, mental health, individual therapy, or maybe talking about your problems to somebody. Resource and access clarity. Being able to provide people how to have better access to resources. We vet all of the phone numbers that we receive. We vet websites, we vet people that walk into our office and make false promises or promises that they can help us out. We vet those resources and we try them out whenever we get a veteran, or we call those numbers ourselves before we ever give that number or that resource to a veteran. Reduction of suicide numbers. That's 100% what we want to do. We want to reduce those numbers by really being out in the community and seeing that effectively. Warning sign acknowledgement. Those red flags, those warning signs that many times we don't acknowledge or really get to see, that sometimes maybe somebody would say something and it just goes right over our head. We like to do education trainings, not only for our veterans, but those who support our veterans. And the overall goal is, of course, to improve the quality of life. Next slide. Our superpower, those lived experiences that make us so unique. The Veteran Peer Outreach Team is composed of diverse veterans that value the importance of pre-post-military lived experience, challenges, and successes. Our veteran team lived experiences are the key component to the overall success in not only rapport building, outreach engagements, but also ongoing collaborative community prevention efforts. That's our team right there. Further to the right is going to be our Executive Director, Robert Storr. And then, of course, our veteran team as well. Next slide, please. So like I said, stigma reduction. One of the biggest things is that I noticed, of course, as a clinical therapist and working on the clinical side and also on the outreach side, and as I interact with different veteran and non-veteran organizations, is that there seems to be there's a divide, straight up. There is a divide. And we've heard this plenty of times that when a veteran walks in and sits down with a therapist and the therapist, he asks them, or she may ask him, well, are you a veteran? And then that therapist says, no, actually, well, I'm not. But, I could really resonate with right here in your head, that veteran already shut down and said, I'm just going to sit here and do this out of respect. But once I leave this, I'm going to go ahead. I want to work with somebody else because that person does not understand. If I then open up way too much with them, then they're going to feel like, whoa, way too graphic. I don't think I can be able to do this with this vet. But in truth, a lot of the times, if you are dealing with a combat vet, the key word right there was combat. Combat isn't pretty. It's not a nice picture, and it isn't like video games. In truth, it really affects your life and it affects the way your brain functions. And I think a lot of the clinical components, yes, your impulsivity, just the way that you react and the way that you think, it's hard sometimes to sit down with a clinical therapist. So we want to really open up and unshadow or take away the shadow that overlays on the veteran cultural competence. It's an initial, it's essential in the initial engagement with the veteran. The mental health conditions affect 1 in 5 adults. There's more than 5 people here. So 1 in 5 of us has gone through some type of mental health condition at one point in our life. And there should be more emphasis on early intervention to ensure that those risks can honestly really help out people to enjoy a good life at the end of the day. You know, I understand that mental health issues may need to be addressed with a unique lens. And it's true, because every single one of us is different. We're all built different. And that's the main thing about sitting down and learning about every unique situation. Even though that person may be a veteran, they still may be Mexicano. Okay, even if they're Mexicano, they may be from Jalisco, they're not from Sinaloa. You know, they may be from different areas. So there's so many things that go into play with just the way that they are and how they see things. You have to be very open and just listen to other people when it comes down to it at the end of the day, and be cultural competent when you are dealing with different types of backgrounds. Let's go into the next slide. This is really important, collaboration. One of the things that I definitely learned, and this is from the director of behavioral health myself, is that collaboration is just huge. And that's why we work with every single business out there that you can possibly think of. We go to the mega churches, the VFWs, American Legions, Veterans Resources, community colleges, housing facilities, senior centers, gun stores, and gun ranges. We're down there, believe it or not. Fitness facilities like gyms. If there's mud runs, we're going to be there. That being at the judicial courts, we just started a pilot program with the Orange County Veterans Military Families Collaborative, where we have veteran peer support specialists at the family courts sitting there in the hallways, and they're basically there to help out and assist veterans that are going through hard times. Because a lot of times, once you get into the court system, that is it. It's just a snowball effect, and it only gets worse and worse. And many times they don't have their resources. We work with animal shelters. I have an event that's coming up. It's called Pets and Vets, where we're going to be, and it's called the New Leash on Life. It's going to be about basically connecting veterans to pets and vice versa. We work with food banks, food pantries, health providers like Hoag, D.D. Hurst, etc., veterans coalitions and collaboratives. We work with them because we really want to be in the community. We want to know everything about what's going on there, but also veterans are within these different organizations and different platforms. And sometimes, a lot of the times, they tell us, hey, I don't know, like, how do we assist them? They don't want to identify. And we sit down and we really plan through that and help them by supporting them. So collaboration is a huge, huge word for me. Next one. Okay, so let me give you some numbers. VPOP outreach data. This is within the last 9 months. Keep in mind, it's Juan Garcia, myself, Bryant Powell, Art Alvarez, and Randall. It's 4 veterans that these numbers have been hit and achieved by just 4 of us in Orange County in a corner office. So the total numbers of underserved, unidentified, diverse veterans, and these are veterans that people just don't get a hold of, that do not identify, that are going to be under a bridge, that are just women veterans, et cetera, that are just like, you know what, I want nothing to do with the VA. I want nothing to do with services. I'm good to go. We've been able to really help out those veterans. And these are the numbers. So number of participants impacted by large community events. I've had 3 large community events, 446. Number of participants impacted by our small community events, 1,092 within the last 9 months. And we've had 44 small community events. Now, the number of participants impacted by community outreach activities, the community outreach activities that we've performed in the last 9 months has been 124. We've reached 7,386 veterans that we've interacted with, that we've given them resource navigations, that we've sat in a room and carried a conversation with them. And they've said, hey, I need housing. I can't take this anymore. I sat outside your parking lot today and I contemplated suicide. But then I sat here with you and you gave me a new means and purpose to my life. Thank you. Number of peer individuals trained, 209. Number of participants engaged through peer support, 544. And the number of participants attending our workshops and our educational groups, 198. Now, our social media has grown quite a bit. Our social media followers is currently at 11.7K. Now, if you do have your phone currently, I actually ask you to follow us on social media, US Vets VPOP, US Vets VPOP. And that's just also to keep you really informed on what we're doing, what events we have coming up, and how we're just engaging the community because we take a different approach when it comes down to it. We are very open, we're very transparent, but we are the veterans and we are the veteran community. The reason I highlighted the 11.7 social media is because, like I said, all veterans, even senior veterans, are on social media to some way, and that's where a lot of our marketing does happen for upcoming events. Veterans don't like looking at flyers anymore. They like to look at reels, et cetera, and we like to do those things. Now, the largest ethnic group served was Hispanic and African American, and the largest age group served was 25 through 35. This data is really important because I just really want you to see the numbers of what just 4 combat veterans in an office can do, because I know that you have probably more supportive systems and a larger social network than we do. And so I know that your numbers should probably be higher than that. But if we work collaboratively, we can hit way larger numbers and we can really make a really positive impact in the community. So let's go on to the next slide. And I like this next slide because it's my favorite one. I was going to take this slide out initially, but then I decided, you know what, I'm going to leave it in there. I just couldn't, I'm military, so I couldn't like get it like lined up perfect. If you can see, if you look at the left side, it's like a little lined up, but then you look at the right side and just that picture threw it off. But one thing that I want you to notice is that we're in the community. We are in the community a lot. And there's so many more pictures that I can do. If you look at the very top right, we did an Art of Valor art show where for an entire month, veterans worked on pieces of art and they went through an art therapy workshops. And what ended up happening is at the end of their art therapy workshops, their art all went to display at the Richard Nixon Presidential Museum for everybody to see. And we had a recognition ceremony for all of these veterans. I'm talking about veterans that were from Vietnam all the way up until just literally got released. And some of them were even homeless and were coming down here to get to meet other veterans to be able to support each other. We connect senior veterans with young generation veterans. It's like the pen pal system, and they be able to take care of each other and they look out for each other and they communicate. We work with children as well, veteran children. We have a partnership with the Angels baseball team where we do the RBI clinics and we help children really start to regulate, you know, their emotions and navigate, you know, different types of situations. We work with women veterans. I had a women veterans makeover and mingle where we provided free hair, free makeup. We did a photo shoot for them, gave them free outfits, and it was 100% about them, where they can connect and interact with each other. We had 78 women veterans that said, you know what, the same thing like I just said, I wanted nothing to do with anything, and then you guys do this. We just stepped away out of the room and we said, you all just enjoy your resources. This is your few hours of time, and just get to know each other and build a bond and relationships. We also have this little policy at our office where if you look at the very bottom left, we bring our pets to the office every Wednesday and Thursday. And what this does is we have veterans that come into our office and they're just mad, they're pissed, they're ramped up. They have a chip on their shoulder from one thing or another. And as soon as they see that Boston Terrier or that little Frenchie come up to them, it's like their whole mood changes. And then that gives us an opportunity to sit down with them and they're like, hey, what's like, we love it. We love it. And we just try to do really innovative and creative ways of how we can connect with the veterans. One last thing that I wanted to point out with this slide right here is that U.S. Vets successfully, we have distributed a cumulative of 800 gun locks and preventive firearm brochures in Orange County in the last 128 days. Our goal is to hit 1,000 gun locks and brochures, but every interaction that we have with a veteran or a veteran family member, we give them a gun lock or a brochure. And that's just because we know that everybody knows somebody that is a veteran or has a weapon. And even if it doesn't go to the veteran, at least it's going to prevent suicide or maybe an injury or some type of accident in the household one way or another. If we have a gun lock on there, it'll make it a little bit more safer. Next slide, please. Let me get some water. So with every success comes challenges. This was a hard one for us. Let's be honest. When we went down to the gun shops and the gun stores and the gun ranges, when we went in there with these brochures and everything, first thing that they said, I was like, no, hey, not today, buddy. Sorry. Where you're coming in here trying to be anti-gun, and they would basically give us a cold shoulder, or what do you want? Or no, not today. And we went to the drawing board and we said, you know what? Let's just not try to be pushy. let's go in there and let's honestly just be humanistic about this. We're veterans, and this is the truth of the matter. And I told my outreach specialist, brother, I want you to go down there and I want you to be yourself. And so he did that. He went down there, and first thing that he says, hey, I'm not here to push any type of policies or anything about anti-guns. I'm just here to advocate on behalf of my fellow veterans and really, really just lower down the percentage of suicide with lethal means. I just want to just basically advocate on behalf of our vets. I'm a veteran. I own a gun. And all I want you to do is if you can just give these brochures and this gun lock for free to anybody that purchased a weapon, especially if it's a veteran, definitely, we're here to support. And their mood changed completely and said, yes, 100%. We want to support you. Bring me more gun locks, bring me more suicide brochures. And how can we work together? Is there any way that you can provide a training for us here as well at our sites so that we can basically connect with these veterans, be able to help them out? Their whole script changed when we went in there with the realistic approach and we told them, hey, look, we're just here to advocate on behalf of our fellow veterans. So with this being said, we do have the Community Suicide Prevention Coalition, which is we have a monthly meeting with the Orange County Healthcare Agency. And our main thing is basically we have D.D. Hurst, different organizations as well that are there. We also work with the county, the coroner's office on basically trying to get the numbers and see how we can really shift the needle away from suicidality with lethal means, and of course educate our community as well. So if you're interested in joining that, of course, we're always open to having more members. So next slide. So the outcome, we can successfully report an increase in awareness in mental health and suicide prevention, knowledge of gun suicide and prevention resources, and importance of additional safety precautions, benefits of suicide awareness, learn risk factors and warning signs, and then confidence in navigating mental health systems. And also we can report a decrease in stigma related to mental health and suicide conditions. Definitely, we're proud to say that we're able to advocate on behalf of our veterans, and we have veterans that attend our outreach engagements, our education trainings, with the focus of talking about mental health, but not talking about mental health because we're so creative when it comes down to it. We do veterans car shows, we do guitar lessons, we do all those creative components that just a lot of people really shy away from for some apparent reason, but then forget that a lot of the times, whenever we go through traumatic experiences, we go to things that bring us calm and ease, like music, like painting, like reading a book, or maybe like working on our classic cars, because I love classic cars, just to say. I wanted to put that out there. Next one. Now let's jump into the means restrictions. This right here, I know many of you probably know some of this stuff, but I just want to go ahead and make sure that I tap into it. So means safety is one of the strategies that has been most researched regarding suicide prevention and shown to be effective. Now, this might be due to the fact that the strategies are often very concrete, for example, site-specific or measurable from one cause of death. And so some might argue that it's easier to measure. I have some notes, excuse me, so I'm scrolling down. This is interesting, given that in suicide prevention, means safety is often underutilized and one of the most misunderstood topics in the suicide prevention field. So my goal is to hopefully clarify some of that today for you. So again, we'll be using the term means safety throughout the presentation. There are a few key understandings as we begin today. First, intent is not all that decides whether a person lives or dies from an attempt. A suicide attempt is anything with a non-zero intent to die from an act. A person who overdoses on a pill may apply as much lethality as to the act as someone who uses a firearm. But as we know from the data, an attempt by overdose is much less likely to be lethal. For example, firearm suicides are lethal nearly 9 out of 10 times, as opposed to overdose, which is less lethal, that 2%, like cutting and piercing attempts that are lethal less than 3% of the time. All this is to underscore that means matters. So one thing we have to keep in mind is that most people who make an attempt will not go on to die by suicide. About 90%, just as important, around 70% of people who attempt will not go on to make another attempt. So again, the means in which someone makes an attempt are honestly the key factors. Next slide, please. So, as mentioned, there are a variety of studies from across the globe that have shown effectiveness in reducing suicides when it comes to mean safety. However, every speed bump we can put between someone having thoughts of suicide and lethal means can honestly really help to save a life. So just think about it. How many steps does it take to attempt suicide using pills in a bottle? How many steps is it using a firearm? You know, keeping that gun unloaded, keeping the gun locked away. Then I have to go get the key. Now I have to go get the ammunition. All that right there are means restrictions. It puts that gap of time, between somebody just going under their mattress, grabbing their gun that's already loaded and saying, you know what, today's the day. We want to be able to add a little bit of time between those. And that's what means restriction obviously comes into play. But it should be remembered, although we may have to be somewhat fluid and flexible with means safety. We know that physical barriers are the most effective, removing firearms from the house, building fence barriers on the bridges, just like the suicide bridge that's very famous going towards Pasadena. I actually went down there to visit that site, and I had seen that site already with no fence on it before. And I was like, whoa, this is crazy. Believe it or not, they built a park on the bottom and a residential community now there. But they now put a big, huge fence. They lit up the whole entire bridge. And in truth, if you go, and I went down there again to go look at it as well. I wanted to see, how this played into maybe holding back on means restriction. And yeah, it goes all the way and it curves on over so you can't climb over it. Other than that, before you get on the bridge, there's a huge sign right there that says, if you are thinking about attempting suicide, this is the number that you should call. There's always somebody that you can reach out to you, and it had a few resources available for you. So I really like that approach from the county, of course, by doing that. Next slide, please. Now you're probably gonna tell yourself, won't people just find another way? So I wanted to take the opportunity to share with you some of these key researches on the topic, and I'd honestly recommend that you take the time to review the studies. Like I said, the effectiveness of barriers at suicide jump sites, preventing suicide by jumping, maybe securing a suicide hotspot, or the coal gas story, and of course the impact of pesticide regulations on suicide in Sri Lanka. I actually looked into some of these studies, and I was pretty impressed on just basically how just putting one means restrictions on something can honestly have such a huge effect in the long run. Next slide, please. So as you explore means safety initiatives, there are some common elements of various efforts. So public awareness, posters, PSA brochures. Keep in mind, of course, if you're doing a brochure for a senior veteran, make larger font. Not everything has to be, especially for the public awareness component, has to be so military, so dry with depressing photos. Add something that's honestly gonna we're all humans, military and veteran, it's just an identity. Outside of that, we're just human people, like we're just human beings, and we like looking at just things that honestly make us happy and really just engage us. But whenever I see something that's like just negative, so mental healthy, do you need help now? You're thinking about suicide, like that just makes me want to turn away. And especially as a clinical therapist and as an outreach provider, yeah, I like to see those maybe get changed up just a little bit, because I have talked to other veterans and they're like, I just hate it when stuff is just so dry. It makes me not want to be a part of it. Gatekeeper trainings for pharmacists, firearms instructors, gun shop owners, and family members. That's huge, because even if the veteran doesn't pick up that brochure, we really need to train the family members, really need to train the community and teach them that, hey, you are the first line of defense. You are the early intervention and prevention. You may not think you are, but you being effective to see how those warning signs are, to being able to, take possession of a weapon when you know that somebody's going through a hard point in their life, instead of turning away and saying, I got my own drama, I'm not going to get involved in their drama. We have to teach them that prevention and early intervention is a key component, just as much as lethal means counseling and being able to talk and build rapport, motivational interviewing, and validating when a veteran is going, or anybody's going through some really difficult times. All those are actually, you can do the lethal means counseling and learn a little bit about that by just jumping on YouTube, believe it or not. Next one. Okay, so using data to guide means safety efforts. Let's jump into the next slide, please. So, oh, you want to back up? one more down. Oh, what happened here? It should be slide. It should be it should be a graph. After the mean safety, using data to guide mean safety efforts. Oh, we're going all over the place. Let me see if I can see what slide it is on mine. I think it might be slide 29.
Do you want me to move forward?
Yes,
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, it's gonna be the mean safety using data, and then right after that one, it should be right after this one down. There it is.
Okay, sorry about that. I don't know what happened.
Not a worry. Back on track. So firearms account for 37% of total suicides, followed by suffocation, 32%, and overdose, 16%. Californians aged 30 years or younger were more likely to die by hanging and suffocation, whereas people older than 50 were more likely to die by firearms. I just wanted to share those numbers with you so you can basically see the graph and how firearms and, of course, their suffocation is also on that spectrum as well. Next slide, please. Thank you. As previously noted, small reductions in firearms suicide can have a large overall impact on reduction in suicides, with firearms being the lead means of suicides in California. So I just wanted to have that data up there. You can go ahead and look at it really quick, and I'm going to jump on over to the next slide. I don't want to take up too much of your time. Neither do I want to bore you, but I also want to get the point across. Okay, when it comes down to it, and you simplify the ideas behind mean safety, it comes down to these steps. Place the person in a safer environment, put a barrier between the person and the means, create time between the person and the means, and make the means and the attempt less lethal. There we go. Next slide, please. So now we're going to jump into the resources. Few little slides, few little key points. Next slide. Okay, one key resource, the Means Matter website from Harvard School of Public Health. Unfortunately, the website hasn't been updated in a while, but I will share with you another great resource next. However, the website provides a great overview and links to some of the key research on the topic. The website offers a wealth of information, summary responses to key questions, and concise bibliography. www.meansmatters.org. Next slide, please. This is going to be the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission, MHSOAC. You can go to that website and check it out as well. I will break it down to you what it actually has on there with the next slide. So some of the key features that are on this website are going to be public-facing websites with resources for individuals, friends, family, to help reduce access to lethal means during times of crisis. It also includes means safety tips for various methods like firearms, overdose and poisoning, suffocation and strangulation, as well as signage and barriers. So next slide, please. Now, another resource is going to be the California Penal Code was recently updated to include a safe harbor law for a friend or a family member to hold on to a firearm during a time of suicide risk. So certain parameters need to be met for this to be legal. Most important, that the person obtain a firearm not be restricted from carrying a firearm and be knowledgeable about safe transfer and storage practices. This creates an option where law enforcement and even a certified firearm distributor doesn't need to be involved in a process of removing firearms for safe storage. It is vital that we educate the public and those who would be in a position to provide counseling on lethal means safety of this as an option, which is likely the most acceptable form of storage of firearm usage of the home mostly for a lot of gun owners. A lot of times, if you get the law enforcement involved, or if you get somebody else just out of your immediate trust circle, family members, then you just start feeling really, antsy. You're like, oh, I don't want to, and yeah, it just builds more tension than anything else. But if you have somebody that's trusted within your own household, somebody that you trust, like a best friend, or even like one of my best friends, I know he would step up and be like, hey, if you're ever going through a hard time, I'm more than willing to be here for you, et cetera, et cetera. And that's always really good. Have somebody within your social circle that's just there as your go-to. So I like this, the safe harbor law. Let's go ahead and jump into the next one. The Stop Firearm Suicide OC.org. You can call the Lifeline 24 hours, 7 days a week to speak to a trained counselor, or you can call or text 988. You can call 211, or you can call our office at US Vets Veteran Peer Outreach Program. It's 1-800-413-5160. know the signs, find the words, reach out. Next one. Another great resource is, oh, next after that one down. Oh, you went up. Ahí está, gracias. And now this is the OC Navigator website. We actually utilize this website within our own office, and it's great when it comes down to those veterans and residents. So this is open to everybody here in Orange County. The OC Navigator is just an online resource tool. All you have to do is, if you notice right there, it says keyword, type in whatever you have going on. You can put on there that can't pay my bill, and it will literally send you to all these organizations and funders and grants, et cetera, that can help you, you know, with financial resources, food pantries within that are closest to you, maybe even like counseling services, free counseling services like OC for Vets, suicide prevention, et cetera. It's all available through the website. It's all been vetted as well, and we utilize it sometimes, you know, to be able to connect our veterans. But we also tell them, hey, if we're not around during the weekend, you can always jump on this website and have a direct communication. Even you can even talk to a resource navigator as well, live, 24 hours. Next one. And if you are in Orange County, you are more than welcome to come visit us down at the Tyranny Center for Veteran Services. We're there from Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. till 5 p.m., 1231 Warner Avenue, second floor. Our office is very welcoming. I made sure to make our office a place where you can come, hang out, sit down. We serve breakfast in the morning for veterans. We always have warm coffee. We also have a refrigerator full of food. Thank yous to the American Legion Post 291, and also thank you to Patriots and Paws for donating the refrigerator. It's all full of food. We also have snacks for children. We have toys. We have a child center where they can hang out, chill, play. We give them a toy every single time that they come down there. So that way the veterans can be able to sit down, get their resource navigation, and the children don't have to be listening to what's going on with the veteran parent. They can actually be playing, watching a movie, and you know, reading a book, et cetera. So our site is very, very welcoming when it comes down to it. I'm going to say, if you have any questions or comments, please put them in the Q&A. But other than that, there's my smiley little pretty face with my email address. And thank you so much for your time. That is all.
My goodness, thank you for your time. And I have to let you know, I'm following you guys on Instagram now, so I'm doing it. It was wonderful not only to hear your experience and your story. It was really heartwarming, but just to hear everything that you guys are doing is absolutely incredible. And I can't wait to see where you guys go from here. I mean, it's so inspiring and so amazing. So keep doing what you're doing, and thank you so much for talking all about it.
Thank you so much. Thank you for allowing me the time. I mean, nothing but amazing positivity here today. So
yeah, I think so. On such an important and tough topic that it's been really inspiring today. So it's good.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you can just keep a lookout in the questions and answers, we're gonna go ahead and move on. See here. Oh, yeah, question and comments. Okay. Oh, there's your smiley face. I was looking for it earlier. There it is. There it is. Okay. Well, that was a wonderful presentation, and I am even more excited to be introducing our closer. That's what I want to say. So Robert K. Storr, an experienced licensed clinician for over 25 years, is currently the president of the board of directors for the Greater Los Angeles chapter of the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. He also serves as the executive director of U.S. Vets, Bob Hope Patriotic Hall, the nation's largest nonprofit dedicated to helping homeless veterans. Mr. Storr specializes in suicide prevention, mental health, and has trained staff and executives in these critical areas. His expertise extends to various populations, including veterans, seniors, LGBTQ, and transitional age youth communities. Mr. Storr earned his Bachelor of Arts degree in psychology from University of Minnesota and holds a Master of Science in Educational Psychology from California State University at Long Beach. Mr. Storr, I'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Jana. A lot of people to thank today, but first and foremost, I want to thank all of you who have tuned into this opportunity to learn more about suicide prevention. It was a long jaunt from this morning to now. So thank you for hanging in there with us. I hope you got a lot of information you can use. There was a ton of great information. I am very grateful to the team at Calvet, starting with Roberto Herrera, Jana Adams, who really worked all night and the last couple of days to get us all together and on track. Derek, who's backed us up, Antonio Rodriguez, one of our local reps. Then I also want to share just a little bit about how lucky I am as the Executive Director of U.S. Vets at Patriotic Hall. 11 years ago, I became a suicide loss survivor. And if you want to know how to turn lemons into lemonades, this is how you do it. After about 2 years of climbing out of grief, I made a decision to learn everything I could about suicide and to see what a difference I could make. So I became the clinical director at D.D. Hirsch, working with attempt survivors, loss survivors, eventually the director. And then when I learned that the veteran community was disproportionately represented in our suicides, I came over to U.S. Vets about 9 years ago. And you just got to witness how I watch how the universe lines things up in a way that makes a difference. And it has in my life. So I want to share this with you. There's no accident you're here today. You are going to make a difference, or you already are making a difference. I have been fortunate enough to attract people like Juan Garcia, who, as you just witnessed, is knocking it out of the park, spreading the word about suicide prevention, the importance of mental health. I also work with Justin Dossi, who is our national coordinator, who also we were able to hire, who coordinates programs across our 11 sites. And Juan's team, as he shared, is amazing. Art Randall Bryant, couldn't do it without you guys. I think you're all incredible. Wish I could spend more time. So just want to thank all of you for being there from U.S. Vets. Jim Zenner for stopping in for the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs, who's our partner at Patriotic Hall. Orange County Healthcare Agency. The Orange County Healthcare Agency has picked up our mental health program and has championed their way to suicide prevention among marginalized communities. They are making sure they are preparing an army of mental health professionals and paraprofessionals to work with marginalized communities, as Juan mentions, from the LGBTQ to the veteran to the Latinx to the African American, Asian Pacific Islanders. They are way ahead of the game. I'm so grateful to be partnering with them. Kevin Alexander, Bhuvana Rao, Rebecca Sanchez, who help us out. This brand new program was just an idea a couple of years ago that we put together a proposal, and Juan has manifested in a way that I couldn't have imagined. I partner, of course, with D.D. Hirsch, my former employer, who still operates the largest crisis line in the United States, or one of the largest, with Lynn Morris. I want to thank Sandri Kramer, who brought in Dino, one of the crisis line workers, to share his story. And lastly, I will thank LASPN, the Los Angeles Suicide Prevention Network, who really jumped up at the last moment when I said I need your help in getting this together, and always come through. Tracy, Cheryl, Sandri, Franklin, all of you who put it together. So I just feel fortunate to be here. I hope you feel the same way. I hope you have an incredible day. All of these organizations you see listed are resources. You can reach any of us by either Googling us, looking us up on social media, or hitting me up at our store, RSTOHR at usvets.org. Once again, I just want to thank you for being here, and for all of our speakers as well, Justin, Dr. Verley, Dino, Juan, and Rick, for stepping up and sharing your personal stories. I hope you all have an amazing day. Thanks for being here. And this will conclude the webinar.
Good job, Robert.